यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Fall Split 2022. We are going to get ready right now with a 3-week affair. I'm going to be a host, cast, and analyst. Not joined in with none other than Fixes. So, mate, again, after a long time, we're joined in with this Pakistan region and it is going to be a dominating one. What are you expecting this time around? True.
Absolutely love that is aggression and just going in for as many fights, because I was taking a look at the teams. There have been a few shuffles here and there. There have been a few favorites going into other teams, and that creates all that drama, all that spice, for which I'm really looking forward.
Absolutely, Fixes, because this time around it is not only, I mean, the teams definitely do always end up having shuffles, but at the same point in time, the biggest change this time around is going to be the way the points themselves, the format, right? The format itself, the way it is being structured, it is so very much weighted and in fact appreciated, I'm sure, as well, from the fans as well as the players and the teams.
Exactly, right? This whole new format that has really come up, we're definitely going to talk more about it as things go on. But this entire format has been catered to ensure that the players are putting their best foot forward every single game. Because if you are topping the week leaderboards by the end of your respective weeks, then we all know what happens, right? You get those bonus points, for which we will of course have a quick look at the format explainer video.
हम एक बार फिर से वापस आ चुके हैं एक और PUBG मोबाइल के सीजन के साथ, जहां पाकिस्तान की टॉप टीम्स अपने रीजन की बेहतरीन टीम्स बनने की कोशिश में मेहनत करेंगी। तमाम जोश और ड्रामा जो कि स्प्रिंग सीजन से चलता आ रहा है, हम तैयार हैं सारे जोश और जज्बे और एक्शन को नए फॉर्मेट में देखने के लिए। PMPL पाकिस्तान फॉल स्प्लिट 2022 की लीग स्टेज को 3 हफ्तों में तकसीम किया गया है। हर हफ्ता 5 मैच के दिनों पर मुश्तमिल होगा और हर रोज 5 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। टीम को ग्रुप में शफल किया जाएगा और हर टीम एक दिन में 4 मैचेस खेलेगी। हफ्ते के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 12 टीमें एक इजाफी मैच लिविक मैप पर खेलेंगी। हर हफ्ता नया शुरू होगा और पिछले हफ्ते के आदात शामिल नहीं किए जाएंगे। लीग स्टेज के दौरान टीम्स को बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने का मौका मिलेगा। यहाँ 4 मौके बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने के होंगे, 3 बार हर हफ्ते की दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से और 1 बार मजमूई दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से। 3 हफ्तों के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 16 टीमें अपने कुल बोनस पॉइंट्स की बुनियाद पर फाइनल्स में चली जाएंगी। वो टीम्स अपने फाइनल्स की शुरुआत अपने बोनस पॉइंट से ही शुरू करेंगी जो उन्होंने पूरे लीग स्टेज में हासिल किए थे। इसका मतलब जो टीम लीग स्टेज में अच्छा करेगी उसको फाइनल्स में मायने खेज फायदा होगा। फाइनल का खेल 3 दिन पर मुश्तमिल होगा, जहां हर रोज 6 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। तीसरे दिन के इख्तिताम पर जिस टीम के सबसे ज्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे वो PMPL पाकिस्तान की चैंपियन कहलाएगी। इसी के साथ टॉप 6 टीमें PMPL साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अब किस तरह टीम्स नए फॉर्मेट से वाकिफ होंगी, जानने के लिए हमारे साथ बने रहिए।
Well, Fixes, talk about this format a little bit more, mate, because I think, the viewers as well are going to need to understand how big a change this actually is, because you've got, all the games that are going to be played throughout, but at the same point in time, that one very important bonus match on Livik, how crucial that's going to be a part of that league finale.
Of course, now, talking over it, in a rather more simpler manner. So we do have 25 matches being played in a week. So every team, they've been divided into 4 groups each. So we've got 5 groups over here, 20 matches per team. And after those 20 matches, the top 12 teams, whoever they are, they're going to have that one bonus matchup, which is going to be in Livik, and that earns you those extra points. But we're all going to talk more about this. But, again, taking a look at the teams, the matchups, it's going to get so much more exciting, right? But there you have it. We are fighting for this very thing, the moolah, the money, the sweet honey, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about $100,000 on the line, the first position out of which gets $10,000. Now that happens in the finals, plotter, because if you talk about the league stages, it's $2,500 for every participating team.
Absolutely, and that of course is going to be a big motivator for these teams. But again, we know for a fact that when it comes to this big a league, right? Yes, the money factor does become very important, but at the same time, that much more is going to be the fact that yes, these teams have qualified, and now it's about being a part of that South Asia Championship itself, taking your country's name all the way out towards that. That itself is like a huge undertaking that these teams hopefully are going to be looking forward to. But in all of that, of course, one very important thing that we know about Fixes from Pakistan region is these teams are very aggressive. These players, they do not like to fall back. And in that, every single time that we've casted these games, we've looked at those elimination points just racking up.
Oh yeah, of course. And this is the only thing that I feel hasn't really changed, right?
Exactly.
It's been there for quite some time. But yes, pretty much standard. If you get the chicken dinner, you're getting 15 points. And so on, it reduces. But that one elimination point for every single elimination that you get, that really becomes handy. That is what really defines this region, because we see fights starting right from the get-go, and teams do not really hesitate. Now, there have been a lot of ruckus around those swaps that we've been talking about, right? One of those biggest ones is, of course, Crypto leaving the region, heading over to the EU region. Now he's been replaced by IQ from Quantum Rage. And the next big thing that the next big swap has been, of course, Khan 420 boy, right? Making his way into QWERTY. Now, that is something that I'm really excited for. We've had a little bit of shifts here and there as well, 52X Rage just being 52 Esports. Now the players of Rage have become a part of Magnus Esports. So we'd really have to see, because they were the defending champions. Now the team has been split apart. So maybe this time again, there might be a new champion, or maybe the onus kind of comes down to 52. Maybe Magnus could be the ones, contending that we're the right claimants to the throne. But this is the world of PUBG Mobile. You've got to earn your points, fight your way right to the top.
Absolutely. And in all of that, I'm also sure and certain pretty much as well, when it comes to the fans, there's still going to be that sliver of a hope, definitely from that one team that we're going to be rooting for. That's going to be BABLU perhaps. And that is one team that has gone ups and downs. But overall, let's talk about the teams, as we do have 20 teams which are being divided, of course, and 5 groups that are going to be in front of us. Group A, we are looking at 4 teams that are going to be starting things off, which again, as we just mentioned, right, BABLU is going to be part of that. So we are going to be looking at this team going to be playing the first 3 games as the day starts off. Overall, 5 games going to be played out. So expectations from these groups. Fixes, which group do you think is going to be the most devilish, for lack of a better term?
I mean, to be honest, I think most of these groups really look well balanced. But talking about Group E, we've got all the big guns over here. You've got R3D, North Esports, then we've got Freestyle, H2E, teams that we've been seeing right from the iteration of the game. And R3D, one of those teams, they do have those big names, but relatively recently, we have seen a little bit of a dip coming in their performance. So a lot on the line to prove as well. But if you talk about, the Pakistani circuit as of what it is right now, it has again got to be about the same storyline. Team IA, then you've got QWERTY, T20. And these are the 2 teams that, would be the hardest contenders for the title. But you know what, Alakshay, we've always been privy to surprises, right? The last time also, we witnessed 52X Rage coming out of nowhere in the spring split and taking that crown away, representing the region even in the PMWI, the championship, everything just happened. But this time, yes, it's a new show, it's a new start, and we're gonna come in with a blank canvas, right? Nothing thinking out of it, because there have been those days, right? You expect this team to perform and they do not, and someone else takes the bread. So let's see what happens today.
Absolutely. It's a new playing field. It's a new battleground with a completely different set of, adaptation that is going to be required in terms of how these teams, synergistically play out the entire league. Because as we were mentioning about those points, now this again, viewers, it becomes very, very critical to try and understand. Yes, the games are going to be played throughout. We're looking at 5 games, 5 individual maps that will be played out throughout. But in the end, we are also going to be keeping a very keen eye towards which those 12 teams are going to be that will participate on day number 5, game 6, which will be played on Livik. And that Livik map Now that is where the bonus points are going to be accumulated, and that changes the entire scenario. But overall right now, as we talk about those points, well, those bonus points are going to be on our screens, and this is what I was talking about. Weekly bonuses are of course going to be awarded to these teams as they play, and of course the ranking that they get will be accumulated. But overall, to participate in those finals with the bonus points, it becomes a completely different playing field.
Oh, of course, it is indeed, right? Now, your only motto has to be about winning, about getting that chicken dinner, those 15 points. It's no more about trying to be consistent, Lakshay, because if you think about it, all those bonus buffer points, let's say you've been topping your weeks, you get that extra 20 points, right? It sort of accumulates and goes on to your final. So imagine you've been topping all the weeks, you've been, the toppers of your group, eventually towards the end also, if you're topping, you're getting that extra 20 points. So there might be a possibility, there could be a team that starts off its final matches right from that buffer of 80 points. So there is that possibility always. And
true.
it makes so much difficult for the other teams, who barely managed to just etch their spot in the top 16 to try and, kind of cover up the gap. We've seen the other regions, like in the Indonesian region, miracles have happened. So expecting nothing less, but yes, it's going to be a huge booster for all these teams who were like, we don't care about the chicken dinner. We're just going to be consistent with all our eliminations and the position points. Now everybody, Lakshay, will be eyeing out for the golden prize.
Absolutely, they ought to be. Because again, as you were perfectly mentioning that, one thing that I was thinking about in my mind is that this is going to be very chaotic for the players and the teams because, well, let's say, as you were mentioning, right? Let's say you have a really good day, week 1, 5 days affair. But in those 5 days that you've played the games, if you've not been able to get good performance, then you're automatically not going to be part of that bonus game. If you're not part of that bonus game, those points that should have been yours will be awarded to another team, which will be in the top 12, and you're not, so you're not going to be playing that. The team that gets awarded those bonus points, if they move all the way into the top 16 in the finals, they take those points, and no matter how good you played in that week 1, well, that will be reset to 0 in week 2 again. So it is a very big undertaking that these teams are going to have to realize and understand that, yes, aggressive approach is going to be critical. But like you said, you work towards that chicken dinner. That's the only way you're going to be sustaining yourself in the top 16 to the top 12.
Yeah, of course. I mean, unless and until you just go all guns blazing and just wipe out the entire lobby, somehow miss out on the chicken dinner, and that doesn't really bother you much. And this is something that we can really expect from this region as well. But, speaking of which, there have been a few other things that I really want to bring to the, the notice of our audience over here is the fact that, every week we do have the shuffles in the groups as well on just your previous week's pointers, right? So that is going to be really important as well as to how our team's going to manage, because you've got few teams who are good at a certain map, you would like to have few changes in your group, so it's going to be all exciting, all piped up, but the entire day we've got 5 matches for you, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be so much fun because I've been missing out from casting, man. Like, it's been a month or so we've not done anything around, and coming back to the region that we absolutely love, and the love that's reciprocated likewise, it feels elated to be here.
Well, again, now Fixer is going to start off with that same exact saga that we always do, right? Going to be putting each other on the spot and bringing up our predictions. Starting right off the bat, I'm going to be asking you, what team do you think is going to be doing really well in this first game that will be played on Erangel?
Considering we've got the teams, let's start with the favorites, right? Let's go for R3D Esports. Right. Let's go for them, because honestly, this has been one of those teams that has, has taken a huge hit ever since Crypto left the roster, and they had a lot to prove. And I was in touch with the Urdu commentators, and they said, despite the fact that Crypto has left, they have been hustling, and they have been racking up those points. They've been dominating their local scenario, and this is the perfect podium to come out and prove their mettle. So yeah, for me, it's going to be I8. What about you, Blotter?
Well, I'm going to be going with Team QWERTY, actually. I do remember 420 Boy, Voltrix, Wolverine as well. Now, again, in front of I8, this is going to be a rivalry. Exactly. This is going to be a very matched up rivalry. But let's see, again, as you perfectly mentioned at the start as well, it is a different battleground altogether. This is a different different approach that these teams are going to have to bring up. Now, you bring up those elimination points, definitely it's going to be working in your favor. But at the same point of time, if you've got the same sort of rivalry already brewing before match one already begins, before day one begins already, then yes, fall season, you know that it's going to be a dhamakedar performance from all of these teams. But yeah, I definitely do look forward to looking at what QWERTY does in this first game, actually.
Yeah, of course. I mean, now that we've been talking about these two elephants in the room, right? One side, QWERTY, they've gotten in 420 boy, right? And then again, you've got your OG IGL Khan.
Exactly.
And even Gravity, this new kid on the block that we were talking about in the spring split, now has settled himself down. Now he's comfortable. He does not have those butterflies before the games begin. So I'm sort of expecting that, a little bit of a consistency coming out from this, a little bit of a maturity reflecting. Because if you even remember the last time we did cast the spring split, what really happened was, there was so much of a hype train going around him. The pressures just surmounting on him, and sometimes it was really too much for him to take, right? Eventually, he started spreading out his wings, but till then, it was a little too late. But this time, he knows exactly how to deal with pressure, how to handle these lobbies. So eyes definitely will also be on them. But then again, there are few other teams also. I mean, it's just not about them. You're talking about Team TUF. Who have been going through a really stellar run lately. And then you have, few surprises like Team Faulty Devils. I think this is the new name that has really popped up. So I'm really excited to see, all these new teams, new sponsors entering inside the region, helping these teams out. They've picked up a really nice team. And how, or rather what results are these guys going to put up at the very first game?
Exactly. Now, you're reminiscent of me, reminded me, of that, of those games back in spring, of course, where we did see a little bit of stalemate performance at times from Khan's IGL, from QWERTY, to the team itself underperforming in terms of the way the communication was going, the synergy being played out, the team being so diverse in terms of, I still remember the map of Sanhok, how they were completely divided. And yeah, that was absolutely the first time that the team had a different sort of an element, but now it is going to be a done and dusted thing. And yesterday, I was looking at the dry run games. Now, yeah, I definitely am rooting for what QWERTY has to offer this time around, because we've seen those sort of IGLing from the side. But at the same point in time, again, you've got so many other teams that are not to be messed around with, for lack of a better term. You've got Metershot Sky, a team that really do perform, and when they start performing, I mean, I've still got me stats from the last time. We have Erangel games, we've got Miramar games where they've got 17 finishes, 14 finishes. Freestyle is from Group E, so we'll bring up a conversation about them later. But yeah, TFD and Metershot, these are teams that we know are a very big team and name to deal with. And well, the X factor. Let's now change the conversation from the teams that we already know what to expect and how hyped up they are definitely going to be because of their past history, to the teams that were underperforming. Let's say the dark horses of the league, if I can say so, because there aren't any, because all of these players definitely are known. They've created themselves in such a way that they are here 100%. From the entire Pakistan region. But what teams come to your mind when it comes down to those sort of dark horses, if we can say so?
I think, a few names pop up over here. I think one of them would be A+B+C+D Esports from Pakistan. It's one of those teams that is, again, a new name. But the players, we've seen them in the past.
Exactly.
And I'm kind of excited to see what do they offer. Now, like you said about Metershot Sky Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that I think kind of had a really decent start, and they believed in consistency, right? If you talk about Ash being one of those IGLs for his team, he's delivered. Now, but then again, you've got to keep in mind, there are two Ash in the roster. You've got an Ash, you've got an Ash MVP. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first game of the evening of this tournament. So fasten your seatbelts, because we are taking this big bird to the sky all the way from up top north. And now, as you can see, few of the teams have already decided to take a plunge.
Absolutely. Winner. Chicken dinner will be decided with Oppo F21 Pro from this game, which is powered by Oppo, the official PUBG Esports smartphone sponsor in Pakistan region. And yes, you heard it right. This is going to be the first game. 5 games going to be played throughout the day. Erangel going to be the first map for all these teams. And again, now, as soon as the team starts off, or rather the day starts off, Fixes. Always the conversation on the analyst and the caster's desk turns out to be, well, this is just the first game. Perhaps the teams are going to be trying to understand each other and the kind of playground that they are dealing with, right? In terms of the battleground and the synergy and the strategy that is going to be applied. But at the same point in time, I ask you a different question. This is the Pakistan region that we already know.
Yeah.
These are aggressive bunch. I mean, do you think they're going to play that passive play on day one?
Nah, that's not gonna happen, right?
Exactly.
Anything else in the world might happen, but that thing, you really cannot take out the very crux from this region. And we know Pakistan is known for its relentless aggression and how they just go in, hammer everybody down. But taking a look at this particular circle, I think we've started off a little slow this time because it's going to be a standard one. Not a lot of teams outside because, again, you do have TG, you've got I8. They're going to be heading to, of course, military base. That's iconic. And even the same goes for Team QWERTY, right? Taking a look at them, that Lipovka spirit, that is there. 52X Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that we did talk about. We do have a fight already breaking out, and this is going to be around that little squad house just opposite to Water City. It is, of course, going to be Team TmwEsports going up against 3X. Now, you've got Kratos. The big question is he aware of Reaper's presence?
Oh, he better be. All these audio cues, whereas Kratos is not giving any, he better be. But again, Reaper definitely knows, and he's keeping a keen eye out towards the same exact angle, but Kratos not moving a muscle. And at the same time, on the minimap, we can see that the teammates are also subdivided amongst themselves from the side of 3X, whereas from TmW, same is the case. So a bit of a stalemate situation that these two teams find themselves near the ruins area. But at the same time, it all boils down to who has the better loot, who has the better gun, who's going to be able to get that better skill showcased in the first few minutes. And right off the bat, we've got Kurma off the flank angle from TmW, taking on the shots against Kratos, and just a perfectly set up Kraken shot to the head, and Kratos goes down. So that brings in our first blood situation right here. And this is the first elimination. TmW's Kurma goes down, thanks to, of course, the approach given by TmW.
Yeah, of course. Now, this was sort of bound to happen, right? Considering how they were positioned. Because, again, for Kurama, it's not yet over. Because if you have Mary trying to go after him, is he even aware of his presence? That's the thing that we really need to look out for. Because considering the fact that when these teams drop, you do have those parachutes opening up. And I believe from TmW making those moves, they have a slight idea of maybe where Mary could possibly be. But they seem to be heading the other side, the opposite side. So they have no intentions. All they want is that vehicle. They get it, they get that elimination, and now they're just moving forward.
Absolutely, and it seems like it is going to be a tough affair for these two teams because they are so close to each other's vicinity, and now they've got a revenge factor from the side of 3X as well as they bring themselves closer towards the spacing of TmW. And TmW, they are unaware. Well, unaware definitely not, but they are definitely not ready for this push coming in from the side of 3X, where 3X themselves, they are subdivided. One player goes to the other side, the other player is nowhere around to give that sort of a cover fire, and easily M7 is going to be able to easily bring that player down. And not only that, he's ready for another one. UMP in his hand, 666 perfectly bringing in that aggressive spray. A second elimination finish point goes towards him, towards his team. 3 points already converted, and what a perfect play being showcased. What a synergistic play being showcased from the side of TmW. But 3X, yeah, we can talk a lot more about how they approached this entire saga. And the synergy, yeah, that was lacking over there. The communication in terms of that push was definitely lacking.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I could get what 3X were trying to do. But again, just going in like that when you have your player completely on his first-person perspective with that Uzi, you know how deadly of a weapon that can be, right? And for a little while, he was M7 was all by his lonesome, and he had no cover till then. Because we did witness that early on. They took out that vehicle, and we were wondering why. I think they wanted to go away. No, they were trying to save his teammates from a bloodbath, and it was not really required, right? It was just M7. Yeah. The first knock was pretty much standard, but what he did then takes a lot of cojones, right? Just going to the balcony, taking that jump, just hip firing through, getting that finish over there would certainly help TmW's morale and trying to get that chicken dinner. And this is what we were talking about, right? The Pakistan region, the aggression, right off the bat.
It is. I mean, as you were just mentioning that, I was looking at the time on the top right-hand side, and we're just only 6 minutes into the game. Already looking at 4 finishes, 3 finishes confirmed till now, which itself is just in the crux, just what Pakistan region offers every single time. And also at the same point in time, this is just the start. This is just day one, game one. This is just the start. This is just teams getting warmed up. And once they do start creating those sort of rivalries amongst each other, that is when the real shine and skill of these players is going to be showcased. But right off the bat, again, this is definitely the kind of play that I anticipated from this region as well as these teams, and they are delivering that. But at the same time, 3x, I'm sure they're going to go back to that drawing board to try and understand. Yeah, that could definitely have been done a little better. That push coming in from the vehicle, from the buggy, was perfect. But at the same time, if he would have had the cover of his teammate, would have had a better luck, I guess, in that fight. But nevertheless, I mean, that's what Battleground is about. Some fights you lose, some fights you won.
Of course, I mean, I 100% agree with you. Because obviously, before making that push, he was unaware that his opponent had an Uzi with him. Now, if both the players would have pushed simultaneously in tandem with each other, the moment you take for a reload, that is where the trade could have come in. Because till then, we did not have all the players of TmwEsports sort of recuperating at a certain point and trying to fight it out. Now, that was these are the plain old basics. But again, making those few mistakes, maybe a little cocky, thinking that, he's going to get the better out of him. And, well, I have to say the same old line again. It's the first game.
Exactly. And it is the Pakistan region. This is what we want to see. But at the same point in time, what we do not want to see is from the side of Quraysh Esports, as we can see, they have started the game and the day with just 3 players this time around. And I mean, from Quraysh Esports, we've seen the likes of Sadarji, Mani, Clown. Now, these are players who have played earlier as well from the team and have been phenomenal from the side. But hopefully, next game onwards, they're going to be able to get the 4th player into the lobby as well. But this time around, just 8 minutes into the game, these teams definitely are making those rotations from the Nova Pro region. We can clearly see that Metershot are looking forward to just getting themselves out of this area as the Blues have caught up to them.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, everyone just wants to, traverse around, get their loot done, respect the circle. For Metershot Sky, it has been pretty much simple. The moment you head over to it,
Well, Fixes, we've got I8, the team you spoke about, the team you mentioned, the team you've got high expectations from. They are on the run, they are on the move, they are making that rotation, and also loving the fact that they are in the hills. They've got a lot of information, but on the other front is going to be BABLU. What are your expectations this time around from them?
I think this is where I'm really keen to look out at how Pan is going to perform, because he's one of the latest entries into the squad. Of course, they've lost out on a huge cannon that they had, was Khan 420 boy, right? And with that, they are going to be taking a little bit of a denture. But from what we know from this team, right, what we know from coming out of Teen Wolf, he's one of those players that has been there right from the very start of the entire competitive scene in Pakistan. So he knows how to pick his boys. He's produced talents in the past. But yeah, this time I think Pan would have that little bit of a storyline that Gravity had the last time, and he somehow still managed to come out through. And this is an important moment, important day. He needs to deliver, because we've got so many BABLU fans just waiting for the glory days of BABLU to be back.
Absolutely. I mean, that is something that will always be reminiscent of from the Pakistan region. And again, I say reminiscent because that is what we remember. But this could be history in the making altogether in this fall split Pakistan 2022 in PMPL. But right now, as we do have Team Stars, God Fury on our screens now. Again, God Fury's action also we've seen. The sprays that the man has, the skill to be able to come over his opponents is absolutely pristine. And also keeping in fact that they've got a compound wherein right in front is going to be R3D's and Ubis. Ooh. Okay, this is going to be a crazy turn of events right now, because TmwEsports Reaper is all by his lonesome, and TUF, they've all latched themselves onto this compound. There's no way Reaper's getting out of here alive.
Oh yeah, but we've seen miracles happen by TMW so far. Has wanted to get that first knock, could not really succeed, and TUF getting the better out of it. TMW had such a beautiful start to the game, just to fall right now. Now TUF, this is one of those teams that we had been talking about, right? One of those teams that we really needed to look out for. They knew that TMW, they were creating a lot of noise. Now why not just cut the snake's head from the very start, not let it get more venomous or whatever it is. But this is what we're talking about. TMW did manage to get those 3 eliminations, but right after losing out on Reaper, that is not a good news for them.
Absolutely, and right now we do have again Star going to be on our screens, where indeed their compound itself is being hammered on upon from the side of TFD, and this is going to be a very evilish approach that we can anticipate from their side, because they're already from the down low, from the ground floor, with all of their nade parades. But same is the case from the side of Star as well. Now this team, we have seen some performances, some miracles happen from the side of Star, but will that be enough to help them out? It seems that's going to be the case, because Hunks perfectly set up nade is going to be able to help their cause, but will that be enough? Because again, these teams, they are not wanting to back out. If they've decided they're going to be entering the compound, they are going to be entering, and they're going to be entering and delivering that in style. But TFD, thankfully, all the 4 players were around, and that is how they will be able to give that revival. So this is a tough fight for Star to take, because 4 players from the side of TFD altogether against the 2-man army from Team Star in this one compound.
So at this very moment, right, Team Star wants to back off, because you've got 2 other players who do not have the best of angles. Now, when you've got that entire squad pushing on you, the ideal strategy would be, of course, to try and take a fight in the situation you cannot really escape. Create a crossfire, as simple as that. Let the team come in, because the moment you try to enter the first floor, there's a slight narrow pathway, and that is where you can get your enemies. And I guess somewhere down the line, TFD did realize for a fact that it's going to be very difficult to push. So why not back off, take a good position around Rozok, stay around the center of the circle for as long as you can, and get along with all the games. But right now, this is again a thing of concern. Now Team Star, they've been split up so wide apart from each other. Now imagine Osama being pushed in by a completely different squad. Now they would be definitely in tatters, and that is a possibility, especially if you take a look at the circle that has shifted a little towards the eastern side.
So true, as you were mentioning, I was just looking at the top right, where indeed, when you talk about that zone, it is all up for grabs for any other team to come in against the players of Team Star. But again, Team Star, I'm sure, are aware, but they are surrounded. They definitely are surrounded. They cannot get themselves outside the compound. And on the other front, it is going to be I8 Ghost taking on shots against Khatir from MS, as Khatir does go down. I8 bringing themselves 1 finish point confirmed for their side, as well as TFD with that M249. completely ready with that styler approach, but not going to be allowed. Even a spray, Team Star. This is a miraculous play coming in from Miracle. Right in front, he had M249, but nothing taken apart as Team Star's Miracle was all down right to take that shot, and the skill was completely shown in that first spray itself.
But now we do have another fight breaking amidst us, right? MSK, they have been taking a lot of beating up to the point where IQ finally steps himself on the board, getting that final finish, and of course I8 eliminating MSK. Now this is what we had been talking about, right? Those early jitters, but now it's still not over. Now they want to go even after Team Magnus. Now this is again one of those teams that we were really looking out for, and Uzim, just being the IGL that he really is, gets that knock, and now one more knock, and I'm pretty sure that I8, they're going to be making that push.
Oh, as we look at this fight, the third-party approach that we're talking about, Star has been approached from the side of 52X, but on the other front, as we bring ourselves back to what is on our screens, I8, they are dominating. I mean, they just completely squad wiped Metershot Sky, and now they're pushing on against Magnus, where indeed we did see Uzum's perfectly set up nades were bringing in a lot of damage, but sadly that's not converted into a point as of yet. But the points definitely are being showcased on the other side, from side of Quantum Rage, as they bring in shots, as well as, of course, perfectly set up nades, but is that going to be a bit too close? Senior goes down with his own nade? No, it was Destroyer, but although that was close, that was crazy close.
No,
it does go down thanks to his own nade. Oh, how that's class 101. The door is open, you've got all the auditory cues, but Senior, he was just too relentlessly wanting to push against that compound and not be out in the open for that long.
Slippery fingers, and then add just that tinge of nervousness, right? Because we haven't really seen a lot out of Senior, and he knew that he's got his backs against the wall. Either it is do or die, and he just chose not to give away those important finish points to the opposition. I mean, that is the silver lining that we've been talking about. But for now, taking a look at the circle, right? It's kind of around those little Rozok hills that we have. If you do have good control, and Team BABLU indeed does, and they are making good work of it, right? 52X Daku, he's been taken down, and so has Zibian. There's a trade-off. Now you've got to get in those revives. But 52 Esports, now they decide, they do know that two players of BABLU are up top, but they also need to watch out for the surroundings, because the moment you turn your heads away, you've got a plethora of teams inside the Rozok city itself wanting to get inside the zone.
Well, Teen Wolf right there from BABLU taking on that perfectly set up nade, and bringing in first finish point for the team, as we do have Pharaoh from 52 Rage going down. But again, now talk about BABLU's approach as well. They are an aggressive bunch of team, but at the same time, they are really divided, wherein we've got two players up on towards the northern side of the mountain, and two of them into the compounds. Now this split approach that they've got going on could very well work out. It is definitely working out, but they better be careful, because there are other teams in the vicinity as well. And right now it's going to be Fan from BABLU along with his nades that is definitely going to be falling back on to himself. But again, quick thinking right there from his side, as he's going to be falling back, and that nade, just that liver, that sliver of HP that was needed to be damaged from 52 Rage's player will be going down, and they will get another elimination point.
You know, I love the impact of Pan right off the bat, right? He's the one getting those informations. He's the one, going in for the peaks. He's the one ready to take the beating. So from what it's really evident, I feel that he might be that entry fragger that Team BABLU beat for a long time, as I8. They had a really good start, but they're kind of caught off in a no man's land, right? Where they have nowhere really to hide, and the grounders, they're going to ensure they're going to make their lives hell. But for now, it's still repairable, right? It's still somehow, you can fix it if IQ makes some really good plays from the backlines. Now, but considering this situation right now over here, Uzim is already been taken down. He's already being battered and bashed as Blade. He's just struggling to survive, finding some areas to try and breathe, but seems like that's not going to happen.
No, there ain't no Solace right here. There definitely ain't no Solace being showcased from the side of Shaptar, as we do have one more player from IA jumping into the spray. But at the same point of time, we did just see a minute ago that we do have Magnus in the vicinity of the Grounders as well. Now, Grounders, it seems like this is going to be the moment where I8 will not be allowed to move out of the spot. They are done with their smokes. They've only got that battered vehicle around, but that also will not be able to give them the cover that they needed. And just like that, I8 with 4 points get eliminated on the 11th spot. 19 remaining, 31 players in total, wherein again the Grounders, they have a very good spot right here, but can they deliver from here? Because the compound is theirs, all the other teams are spread out 10, but will that be enough?
That's a big question, right? Because at this particular moment, it's all about having that high ground advantage with Team BABLU have. But then again, if the circle sort of shifts towards the school, like you said, it's going to be the Magnus or the Grounders. But look at TmwEsports trying to hold on a push coming in from TUF, who have already lost out on Virus. Now Thor might have given his position away and he's getting taken down from elsewhere. Has to be banned from a different angle, gets the better out of him. And this is the cue. This is where Team BABLU knows that they need to go in for the push. Joker has been spotted out. He's trying to engage. But there you go. Pan again giving that quintessential cover fire. And Team BABLU managed to eliminate Team TUF.
BABLU is back, mate. BABLU is back with a vengeance.
Definitely.
They are not going to fall back this time around with 7 finishes confirmed already. With that perfect approach coming in from that hill, they've got the advantage of getting to know where the other teams are going to be. But then again, as you mentioned, the zone is what will dictate their standing chances, because after all, as soon as they leave that hill, they need to have a lot of cover. If they don't, we did see that they have one buggy, but will that be enough to get them towards a compound? And the safety net of that compound itself is going to be in the hands of the Grounders as well as Magnus this time around.
Oh yeah, indeed it will be. Now this is going to be so crucial, right, at this point, how the Grounders are going to react and retaliate to the situation. But then again, if you kind of open your eyes, there is that, slight possibility where even Team QWERTY can walk off with a win. Or maybe I just spoke soon because one of those players have already been taken down. And now at this point, this has to be one of those worst spots, right? But the moment a single grenade just comes in, they're basically done and dusted, as Gravity spotting out Hunter over there did somehow manage to land a few shots. But that was just enough.
That definitely was for now, as we do have Khan being provided that smoke cover, and at the same time, BABLU's Pika OP will jump in, and there is the opening that BABLU needed, and thankfully at such a perfect timing, because back in the spot, Zipian was still holding on steady, given that cover fire, which was so very important. With 10 finishes already confirmed for the side of BABLU, there's absolutely no stopping from their side, but Magnus is going to be right around the corner, and that is going to be taken care of the Grounders. This team of the Grounders is helping out the positioning of BABLU's Pika, but will this all turn out against BABLU, or can the Grounders take it all away? Well, we'll find out in just a few minutes.
Of course. Now, I really love these, new figures coming up. Nobody has a grenade. Had any player of the Grounders had a grenade, I'm pretty sure Magnus and BABLU, both of them, would have had such a tough time. Now, TFW, they're just left with Leon and Kyle, and they've got to make work out of it. At the same time, you also do have the players of T20 QWERTY, somehow still managing to breathe. But the next circle shift, Lakshay, is going to be so important for all these teams to determine where they stand and how can they, what their next approach will be.
Well, again, you talk about those numbers advantage, that definitely is in favor of the Grounders. You talk about the momentum of our advantage as well as the cover, of course, as I mentioned, it is all favoring the Grounders. And also at the same time, they do know, never mind, because it is going to be QWERTY, as you were mentioning. They just needed that one opening spot, and they have delivered that in style with that perfectly set up nade. They are able to bring down one player, but again, the teammate is going to be right around the vicinity. The numbers advantage helping out the Grounders, but not going to be the case, because QWERTY are up to the cause. Gravity's nade back to back, delivering in style, and Sharptar are going to be jumping in to confirm those finish points for themselves. But what a play this was from QWERTY. Now Sharptar, will he be able to get that cover? Will he be able to give that revival? Because QWERTY, the time is ticking, the clock is ticking. At the same time, we still do have Magnus right around in the vicinity. Magnus could very well third party this entire fight.
Oh, they certainly can. But now they're just being patient, right? They know the time's going to strike, their time's going to come, because T20 QWERTY, they've got their eyes set at the players of the Grounders. Now, it's going to be important for them to somehow make it inside the circle, out of which the Grounders really have a huge, massive chunk around it. For TFT, it's sort of a lost cause. They have to be the opportunists over there. They have to wait it out for the others, right? Let them fight it out. But Mr. Black, he's trying to make a move, but eventually will get taken down by gravity. The assaulter that we were talking about is so well settled in. Evil Boy barely has any meds, rather just few bandages to work around with. Will also, get taken down. But at the same time, T2030 over here, he's getting bashing from the backlines, and this is what we were scared of. And this is something that we also did bring upon during the cast, right? Saying that they might be the opportunists. They found a moment. They managed to wipe out the threat that was troubling the players of Team Grounders, giving them a sigh of relief.
What? This could very well turn out to a completely different team. This chicken dinner could very well be TFDs. Because as far as we can see, we've got BABLU, only one player surviving. That's going to be Pan. Now, Pan is an opportunist. As soon as he finds an opening, he's going to go for it. The team of his already has 13 finishes confirmed. Along with that, these are the only 4 teams surviving now. Alongside all of that, there we go. The opening that Pan was needing, he's going to be able to get that. And that 13 is going to turn into 14. 7 finish points already confirmed for Pan. And this guy, he just does not stop. Cairo also goes down. What a play. What a massive play from the side of BABLU's Pan.
He's making waves, Blotter. That is all I can say at this particular moment. Right off the bat, comes with that punch in the first game. And this is what all the BABLU fans have been waiting for with bated breaths. Now, Pan, his position has been compromised and the caster's curse is real. And suddenly, when we were really considering TFD to be the outcast, they are the ones who are en route to the first chicken dinner. There you go. The final finish comes in. And the Faulty Devils, ladies and gentlemen, are your winners of game number 1. And that is some really, really next level things that we have been seeing. Of course, a few changes would be made in the graphics over here. It indeed was the Faulty Devils just went in, managed to get those 9 eliminations, staying on the back lines, Lakshay. And wow. What a play.
Wow. What a start to the day. I mean, Faulty Devils, that name right there, the way that they just approached and the way that they were able to just completely convert that fight for themselves. Ooh la la, all the way from the back line, sticking to the edge, had the back blues on top of themselves and just sneakily moving on from one angle to the other. Just 2 players, Cairo and Leon, and just perfect synergistic play from the side of this team.
It just takes 2. Right,
it just takes 2. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the way they've been surviving, we all thought it was the game for the Grounders, and there was a little bit of little inkling that said that maybe QWERTY could just get this off. But no, TFT start off with taking QWERTY down, eliminate the threat when they were the most vulnerable. Because otherwise, those fights they were taking, those close range encounters that T20 QWERTY was taking, that was phenomenal. And the moment they wipe them, they get that little bit of a breathing space. And what they do later on is let the other teams, just fight it out. The moment that happened, they knew this game is in the bag. All they had to do was get that final finish, get that elimination, get that chicken dinner. But boy, oh boy, props to Team BABLU, right? What a comeback.
Yep.
I think 13 to 14 finishes and 7 only for Pan. I mean, this is one of those players that I was looking out for, right? Either you go big or you go home, and he's taking that quite personally.
Oh, he has. He definitely has delivered it in style to start the day off itself. If you got that sort of a play, then automatically the entire lobby knows that, all right, we better be careful of this team this time around, because next upcoming is going to be Miramar. Now, if you remember, there was a saying back in the day, and nothing's going to be said right now. No casters, because nothing's going to be said. Those who know it. Those who don't, never mind. You'll see it for yourselves. But yeah, what a play. What a start to the day itself, because it was chaotic, but it was just perfect from Pakistan region, from Grounders as well. It was a little, at least from what I noticed, a little haphazard in terms of the way that they pushed. Yeah. But at the same time, it is the Grounders. It is the Pakistan region. They are there to deliver it in style, and that's how they do it. And nothing taken away from their approach.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And there was not even a single moment of silence that we witnessed throughout the
Exactly.
game. Right? There was some of the other action just going on left, right, and center. It all started with, TmW getting the better out of one of those players of 3X. I think it was Kratos. And then later on, they realized that, one of their players, I think X6, he was stuck, right? He was stuck in that one squad house where there were 2 or 3 players of 3X trying to push on them. Got the one, and then went to the balcony, jumped, got the other one till the time the backup just arrived. And just when they were kind of laughing, they were enjoying themselves, they also got taken down. Even for the same goes for the likes of I8, right? They were the opportunists. Initially, they managed to get the better out of Metershot Sky, but they really could not get a good position inside the circle, and as a result, they were just hammered down from multiple directions. And this is something that we really come into believing, right? Now, you talk about the big dogs, you talk about the juggernauts in the lobby, and I8, T20 QWERTY, they certainly are. But then there are teams like the Faulty Devils. A new name comes up, we know that we need new champions, we need new faces, and there you have it. Chicken dinner right off the bat.
Right off the bat, and that too, what a cheeky play. The way that they, I mean, it was all perfectly thought out in terms of how TFT had it planned out, right? Because they knew automatically what they are up against. They could hear what was happening in the battleground, and they just knew one thing, stay back, find that perfect spot. Once we do, we'll take that shot and then fall back again. And that approach just slowly, steadily just gave them the chicken dinner altogether itself. With that, we're going to go on a short little break. Viewers, stick around. We'll be right back with match number 2. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region where indeed the spring happened long back. Fall is where we are. And fall 2022 from Pakistan region. Game 1 done, match 1 done, fixes. I am out of breath. I am out of things to say because this game was absolutely bonkers. It was just unexpected. Yet at the same point in time, everybody knew that, it is going to be a banger of a game. And that's what all these teams delivered.
Oh, of course they did, right? Especially how the first circle really appeared. We thought it's going to be somewhere around the eastern side of Rozhok, and eventually it went around the school area. Now, every single time, every new tournament you come, you get that trend of new zones being formed. It's the same map, but every time you get that unique experience, right? And that is the exact reason why I personally love this game. And same goes for you and everybody watching the broadcast at this particular moment, because it's the same teams, it's the same map, but the zones, the way it makes those shit. Because at a certain point, we also felt that it could maybe go towards Rozhok. So a lot of teams had already had themselves established at Rozhok. The grounders, they were smart. They were like, let's stick to the school area. Magnus, they decided, this could be the circle. Let's just go for a ramen. That did not happen either ways. And the Faulty Devils, out of nowhere, just from the backlines, come in, get that final finish, get that chicken dinner to themselves, and they're going to be so happy.
Oh yes, they definitely are going to be. I mean, this is the start that they wanted. This is the kind of dominating play that they needed in a lobby that dominating altogether against them. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be creating a lot of fans this time around, right off the start of the tournament itself, right off the start of the league itself. And well, this is just game 1 done. We've got 4 more games remaining for the day. Yes, all of these teams are divided in 5 groups, so there will be some groups that will be shuffled. But overall, again, what a perfect start this was from all of these teams. When it comes to the map of Erangel, every team is well versed with it. There's no question about it. But you talk about the rotations that were made, right? You talk about just this game itself. It was a very basic start to the map itself with the zone. We'll come back to that as we look at the MVP right now and find out who the most valuable player was.
It has to be out of questions, right? We all know who that's going to be. It's going to be this new lad, right? Pan. I mean, I haven't seen him play in the pro circuit. Could have played for a few, the underdog teams. But coming to play for a team like BABLU, where you have to replace the boots of Khan 420. And this lad has done it. 7 eliminations right from the very start. It's 1,079 points of damage and shows how clinical this player was. But, just apart from Pan, there were the other players also. As we take a look at the top players that performed really well, right? Along with, again, the star boy from T20 QWERTY. Gravity also delivering good damage numbers. Evil Boy held on to that school compound for a long time, but Leon, my man, the way he survived till the end, and again, finisher, he did whatever he possibly could, right? And could not get that chicken dinner, but still, a #2 position for Magnus is not too shabby.
Is not at all. Again, I mean, they had I8 right on top of their back, but they were able to push them away and then get themselves all the way in that second. So, of course, kudos to them as we move on to the head-to-head right now and find out the stats between, and rather the difference between how these teams played out. And talking about that, we will be looking at the head-to-head right about now, where we do have TFD, Team Faulty Devils, walking away with that chicken dinner in style with 6 finishes confirmed, 6 elimination points confirmed for themselves, with 1018 damage dished out in total. So again, it was a clinical finish coming in from TFT.
Oh, it certainly was. And even for Magnus, this was one of those teams that really did not shy away from taking fights. They were here, left, right, and center. They were in a very tough spot. Somehow still managed to get themselves out and through. But if you take a look at few other statistics in this particular matchup, of course, it was all about Pan just ruling, because the way Team BABLU was dominating inside the lobby, we really felt it's going to be their game. But again, if you have to talk about the highest ceiling now, it was also Cairo. But taking a look at the match rankings, of course, the Faulty Devils might have won the game, but it was Team BABLU that come up with more points, courtesy to those 13 eliminations that they have in their pockets.
Absolutely, and along with that, we cannot, of course, shy away. When I was talking about those rotations, I was talking about the grounders. They moved all the way towards southwest, and then from there made their way towards school and made a very prominent approach in that area itself, which was kudos to them. And that, of course, will be reflected again and again in terms of how the likes of the grounders play and get those points for themselves. Because again, this is just the warm-up.
Yeah.
This is just the warm-up for all these teams. But at the same time, of course, we also do need to let the viewers know that now we are going to be introduced with Group E. Now, talking about Group E, we have Freestyle, we've got North Esports, we've got H2E, we've got R3G. Yeah, a different playing style that's going to be required, because this time around, once again, well, the teams will change as well as the map altogether itself, because now it is going to be time to get prepped for Miramar. And yeah, Miramar ends up becoming one of those long maps, but in this region, that's probably not going to be the case because of how aggressively they want to be able to approach and get their names felt across the entire lobby. And at the same point in time, we're going to be keeping a keen eye towards these new players as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the schedule, because we'll have more clarity the moment we do that, because that is where we do have a few group shuffling done, right? We're talking about Miramar being the second game, and this time Group D, they're going to sit it out. So we do have teams from Group E coming in. And this is what I was talking about, right? Regicide, Freestyle, North Esports, Team H2E. 4 of these teams with a very rich past in this entire region. But let's be honest, they have been struggling lately. And this is where you get past from the ghosts that you had. True. Now look at the future. Look at how you're going to perform in this next matchup. Now, that being said, Group D is going to be sitting it out. So the grounders, they're going to be sitting it out a while. Metershot X Sky, never really got to see them perform for what they were really capable of. R3D and TmwEsports PK. So these 4 teams did not have the kind of a start that they were really wanting for. They were really yearning for. But then again, now considering Team BABLU, they are on a stellar run, especially with the inception of Pan, the other players really helping them out. Teen Wolf being that big brain player, making out all those calls to out his teammates. But it's going to be interesting of who can really win this one out.
Absolutely. All the eyes are going to be painted towards one team that we saw perform and outperform. But with that, without further ado, let's jump in with match number 2. That's going to be played on Miramar with these new Group E joining in. And this time around, like we said, it is going to be Freestyle, North Esports, Team H2E, as well as Regicide. Now, these 4 teams from Group E will chime in as Group D back out. And Group D, we've got the Grounders, Metershot X Sky, R3D, as well as TmwEsports PK backing out from this. But again, don't worry, viewers, because match number 3, Group D is back. And Group C is going to be backing out. And that is something, why I bring that up, because now, when we know for a fact that Group D will be back, this game that is going to be played out, match number 2, we are looking at this being the final game for I8, Quantum Rage TFT, as well as Quraysh Esports. But will that be enough for them? We'll have to see. As of now, of course, the flight path on our screens moving all the way from north towards Puerto Paracio, as it is going to be a very fairly basic flight path, which is going to be allowing all the teams to jump on towards their very comfortable drop locations, is what I'll say, because after all, it is a very open area and an open map for these teams to try and transverse from as well. And also at the same point of time, it takes time. Oh, well, never mind transversing, because the map, or rather the zone, is not going to be allowing any of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, we sort of kind of getting habituated with all these even circles forming, but look at this, T20 Regicide going after Spark Phantom Rage right from the bat, and out there you go, getting that quick elimination. Now, Quantum Rage was definitely one of those teams that we really needed to look out for, because they have been making some huge strides, and we really had high expectations. But this comes down to the fact that, you know, we're kind of unaware of the presence of Regicide, and had to pay a hefty price. And Regicide, they were right hungry from the very start. You know, BABLU, you managed to get 13. We've got our eyes on breaking your record for the evening.
Oh yes, oh they definitely do. And again, you talk about the name itself, right? Knock Knock. That man gets that first finish. Now that is so perfectly set up. It's just cards out, it's scripted out like a movie. And Knock Knock, who's there? Well, it's the end of you. And he gets that first finish point for himself. But hey, as you mentioned, BABLU's right on our screens, and 52's Daku is all by his lonesome. It is a script. This is not scripted. Viewers, please do keep that in mind. But this is just turning out into quite a chaotic start to the map of Miramar as well. And it is so perfect, because the casters are talking about these teams, and they are replying to us while playing. And the directors are just bringing them up again, just like a movie. Now, what sort of fiasco and masala are these teams going to be bringing? Because this is just 3 minutes in.
You know, Daku was so helpless. I really felt bad for a moment for him, because, you know, Team BABLU was just everywhere. Felt like they were just, you know, toying with them, you know, just trying to tickle around, just the way, you know, a cat, you know, finding the mouse, just playing around with before going in for that kill. So, and Daku, he was just helpless over there, had nowhere to run and hide. It was such a, you know, what sort of an effort you can describe is, you know, it went into vain, right? He barely could even get a knock. He tried to ward off the push coming in from the stairs, but the next moment you had a player right on the rooftop. He just comes up from nowhere, gets that knock, gets that finish, and well, Team BABLU, they're already on a roll.
They definitely are. And again, it was just the first 2 minutes itself. I mean, you know, how much could have Daku even got himself upon, right? In terms of the guns, in terms of the utilities, in terms of Molotovs as well. There was nothing that he could have done. Absolutely so perfectly mentioned by you. But right now, we move on from the new team that entered and got that first finish point, R3G, towards Regicide, to another team that is playing for the first time right now on day number 1. It is going to be TmwEsports. Now, TmwEsports, Maxi, Avenger OP. Now, Avenger OP, Hammer. Yeah, these names I definitely do remember. They've had their ups and downs. But again, now Fall Split, everybody's definitely aware that this is going to be a different playing style that they are going to need to acquire. A different strategy that they're going to need to acquire. And, well, again, we'll have to see if that'll be the case or not. Because I8 tried that in the previous one. Had a rolling start and then were completely stopped based on the zone and the rotation that sadly they were stuck in.
That's still not going to deter them, you know, for going really aggressive, because, you know, they've been in those situations. It's a bad start. It's all right. We're going to stage a comeback. And I think IQ was showing those initial presence, the way he was leading the charge for his team, the way he was trying to engage. So I think somewhere down the line, when you've got to fill some massive shoes, especially when you've got to replace Crypto. Now, he's one of those players, right? We've also seen him in the past, and he's had a really decent time. And it was difficult initially for him to make the switch. But the moment he did so, I think he's feeling himself at home. He's got some decent time to be playing the local tournaments with his teammates. And there's this little friction also with our team I8 in terms of what they're playing for is going to be, because every single player is in such good form where you cannot think of where is Reviews, why is he not there? And then the simple answer is, you know, it's the survival of the fittest. You know, you've got to fight it out to earn your spot, and that shows the depth of this squad, right? If you can consider one of the substitutes who is equally or even better than few of the players in the lobby itself, shows what I8 can really put on board, and all they need to do is get online.
Oh, they do. Now again, you talk about I8, right? I mean, we've spoken about this team earlier as well. The way that they synergistically play, right? For them, survival of the fittest definitely is there, but for the team, the way that they definitely get themselves moving across from one map to the other, one tourney to the other, they are always looking forward to that name being on top. And right now we do have TmW up on spot, taking on those shots against the players of Qwerty. Now Qwerty, Gravity, was definitely knocked a little bit, but again, has not been knocked down to his knees. So definitely his teammates are right there around him to be able to support him. But again, this is just 6 minutes in. This is the map of Miramar. It is a long awakening, but again, not in Pakistan region, because we do have those shots taken, and Gravity will definitely spot on the player of TmW and bring in a cracking shot with as many as he is going to be able to knock one spot off the players of TmW, and in fact, confirm that defeat point as well. This is perfect.
Oh, this indeed is. I mean, the way things have started off, really, I'm loving every bit of it. Now, T20 Qwerty, Team BABLU, Team I8, nobody really wants to back off, right? Everyone wants a piece of the pie. And now TmW, they are stuck in between a rock and a hard place, because they have nowhere to run and hide. From one side, it's going to be the players of 3x, especially if Miracle is pertaining to that high ground advantage that he has against the players of TmW, who are surrounded by the boys from T20 Qwerty from the backlines. And now the question comes is, where do they run? Where do they hide, Lakshay?
Where do they hide, mate? There's no hiding on Miramar, that's for sure. And hiding is never the case for these Pakistani teams, as we do have some rivalry being brewing, because of course it was TmW's player who took on shots against the players of course Qwerty, where Gravity was brought down to almost 40% HP, but that did not deter the side of Qwerty. They in fact stood tall and took on the shot. It was Gravity himself who took that revenge, and not only took the revenge but confirmed a point for his team. So yeah, that's the kind of play that we do see from the side of these teams. Now TmW, they are definitely in a very difficult position as they find themselves, because they took the shot and now they've got all that wrath to deal with, not only from the side of Qwerty but also from 3x from the rear.
Oh yeah, and now, taking a look at this particular map feed that we do have, a lot of teams are already piling up around the central area, right? They do understand for a fact that it is going to be that San Martin circle. T20 Qwerty do have that little high ground for themselves. They haven't yet taken over the cities, but at the same time, we've got a few teams that have already decided to do so. And TmW in the midst of it all, like, hey, we cannot move. Let's just stick there and pray that the circle sort of comes down on us, and that is all they can want for. That is what they might be looking out. But on the other side, you've got the players of 52 Esports, who did not have the best of start in game number 1, but now they're way down south, and they might decide to rotate in any single moment. But the first airdrop also comes in, and it is gonna be Grotza. I mean, we've got a lot of new weaponries coming in. Of course, Lynx AMR is one of those weapons that you would want to use, especially in Miramar. But with Grotza, I have no complaints at all.
Never. I mean, this is a weapon that will never go wrong, no matter in the hand of a novice as well, because this thing, the rate of fire and the amount of damage that this Grotza brings in. But at the same time, again, in this lobby, it seems like Qwerty's on the run. Qwerty we definitely saw in the buggy. There was one player who was on the run to get that loot for himself, but it seems like Malik, he does not know where he's headed. Magnus is going to be up waiting. Faster is going to be out in the back in that shack, and Drawlin, what a perfect approach from Drawlin. Look at that. He's going to be drawing the approach of FS, and in the back, Faster could have very well ignited. He could have ignited FS, but he could not, because the approach from FS was so spot on, but not easy, because Knight will definitely deliver that massive blow, returning that damage towards the side of FS, as well as both these teams take a knock, but no kill confirmed, no elimination point confirmed.
Yeah, of course. Now, this is something that I really like from what Knight did, right? Kind of slowing down the pace a little bit, because FS, they made a very beautiful entry, and Malik, being one of those most reliable players from this particular squad, he has always been consistent throughout. Now we've got Drawlin trying to lob that grenade. Is that gonna connect? That's a big question. Wasi somehow manages to fight for yet another day, but in the meanwhile, Drawlin has taken some massive amounts of damage. Now look at Mom2. He's just trying to close off the flanks coming in. Maybe Knight wants to get a little pesky, but it's going to be especially Drolin, who is going to be looking to retreating from the back lines. And when he had all that attention diverted, Knight from the back lines gets the better out of Wasi. Magnus surely are fighting back.
They definitely are. And Drolin, he's back again, thanks to, of course, Knight and his approach in all of this fight with the AKM in his hand. And, of course, moving out down towards the nade. He's going to be trying to bring in a lot of damage towards the heads of the players of FS. Now, Momto we've seen earlier as well. He brings in a lot of flank angles. With the UMP, he's going to be completely stopping Drolin from that approach. Now, again, Drolin had already fallen back. He should have actually retreated and created a different flank angle, but sadly not going to be the case. Now, all the fight from the side of Magnus, I have to say, Knight did a brilliant job. But FS, they're not deterred. They're playing their first game. They know exactly what they want, and they're going to be pushing on along. But Momto will not be allowed to take on that spot, and that spray will go in favor of Magnus as Knight takes on the shots in the open, all out in the open. Knight by himself taking down the players of FS. Now all he needs is to bring down one final player. That's going to be Malik. A 1v1 between these two teams.
Yeah, Zarwaf being one of those latest entries into this roster, and was not the best of the starts, but can't really blame you, especially when Knight he's got that hands all warmed up, but now he knows he's got a bigger target. Did want to go after Malik, instead had to face 3 players right in front of him, and that pretty much marks the end for Team Magnus Esports in the second game for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is getting ever so exciting. Because right from the very start, I think for Team Magnus, it was all about the coping factor, right? They got pushed upon, and they instantly lost out on one of those players. Knight has to be one of those notable ones who did actually retaliate. And for a moment, Drolin was retreating. Knight managed to give a knock, and then he decides to come in. But what I really loved about Team Freestyle was they were not complacent at all. They knew that if you're going in for the push, you need to rely on trades. If one of your players gets knocked out, you need to ensure you get that trade for yourself and build up that momentum. You do have the numbers advantage, and that is all that they were banking upon, and it really didn't work out. So we already do have Magnus Esports getting an elimination, Freestyle walking off with those 3 elimination points for now, but with the casualty of their latest entry into the roster.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an overextend from the side, but overall, again, nothing too bad about that, because after all, the fight was in favor of FS, as they definitely spotted it out and took on those shots and, of course, those heads as they did. So it was a synergistic play being showcased, of course, but Zarwaf, I'm sure they are going to be walking in and conversing as to what could have changed. But right now we do have the players of Quraysh taking on the shots against the players of Quantum Rage. As Sirius out in the open is not going to be allowed from the backlines. Jaguar in the blues is going to be completely annihilating the opportunity of Quraysh to be able to walk away. Quantum Rage to be able to walk away with any points from this map of Miramar, as we are left with 14 teams.
And I could not really understand what is up with Quraysh, still with the 3-man roster. But as long as you get those finishes, not much to complain about. But we do know how ruthless this new format is, right? It always demands you to put your best foot forward. It has to be your A game all along. You cannot really afford to, have those shabby games and then be like, let's get out of it. It's all right. We messed up. But then you have to realize, Lakshya, because those 80 bonus points up for grabs for the team that wins all the respective week stages, even in the overall, if they're on top, they're getting such a massive advantage heading into the grand finals, and that is completely going to change the tides of how you approach or how you look at the game. But as we speak, got the players of Star taking heavy bullet fire shots coming in from the boys of H2E, who in turn are being shot from elsewhere from a completely different team.
Again, these teams sitting at the edge from the side of H2E, they're trying to just hold on that spot, but Team Star, they're going to try and get their flank angle converted into this fight, and it seems like they're going to back out and try and recuperate as a team, which is definitely a good decision for themselves as of now. On the other front, as you were mentioning, again, the expectations from the lobby will never disappoint. These teams that we've been looking at, Team H2E, FS, Resicide. Now, these are teams that are playing for the first time on this in this tournament on day number 1, and their hands, they are warmed up. They know exactly what they're up against, as Team Star are being pushed on against the players of R3D, but definitely they were ready. As all these teams find themselves in the blues, it is going to be Team Star getting the better half, as they have not lost even a single player, but R3G not looking too good.
And this is the point where, Vika really needs to watch out, because Star, they're still few of the players were outside the zone. They've managed to get themselves in, and Ashad, he has to back off, and indeed he has. I think Hunk is aware of all the recent movements that he has made. Miracle, in the meanwhile, he's getting shot from elsewhere, maybe from his teammates. Yes, the backup is of course there, and now this is where Regicide do have that little bit of a fighting stance for themselves. But 420 boy elsewhere just starting to step on the guns, get all that action for himself as Voltrox manages to get one out of team for the Faulty Devil Styler. So, knocks happening left, right and center. Things are starting to get really exciting, really hot. Because after the fourth circle ends, you've got that fifth circle coming in. But look at the players of Team Star. They finally decide to resort to their vehicles to make that move. And this is where they're going to be bashed and hammered with all those bullets. The big question is, can they get surprised? Because Regicide, they're aware of all these movements being made. Now they are kind of piled up at one location. Few good grenades could be troublesome for Team Star.
Well, again, from the side of Team Star, they are playing it very synergistically, and they are definitely trying to keep a very close eye and a keen eye towards the side of R3G, but that's just not going to be the case, because R3G's player are going to be able to get that shot against the players of Osama from Star as he goes down. His teammate was right around the vicinity, so there is still a possibility to give that cover fire, but now the biggest factor is Team Star is divided. They took a fight right back. They gave all the auditory cues, and now they found themselves in a compound right against the players of BABLU. BABLU have been quiet till now. They're just waiting, and now perhaps is their chance to pounce on upon the players of Team Star that already are divided.
Now look at this. H2E, they're just being pushed upon. T2 Regicide, they know exactly what they have to do. Vaz, he's not got the best of HP. He does have that one first aid. Needs to patch himself up ASAP, which he eventually does. But now, Johnny Sins, he's got to make a really good move, and indeed he does, managing to get that beautiful knock. Now this is the opening that H2E were really looking out for, but Ashad managing to get a beautiful trade out of his arm, now decides to push in. He knows that the enemies might push in from multiple directions. Johnny Sins, now aware of his presence, gets that beautiful knock and now has to get that revive. But can he get in at the time remaining? Because it's the fourth circle shutting down, and that's going to be so difficult. But Asad getting that final finish to his name. Regicide, they bow out of this lobby even after a really good start.
They definitely had a good start, but this time around it was H2E again playing their first game right now, were that much more determined to get more points towards their side. And again, as so perfectly mentioned by you, they were out in the open and the Blues were catching up to them. So they are going to have to be, yep, there we go, Tarzan. There's no way he's going to be able to get that revive from his teammate. And Assad, another player from H2E, also goes down. So sadly, a tough luck situation is what has turned out to be for H2E. But now, that tough luck, can it be converted for the side of Team Star against BABLU? Because BABLU, they've been very, very quiet till now. They know, they've heard all the auditory cues, but will they pounce on upon? Yes, they will. Teen Wolf will be starting all the sprays and frays against the players of Star, but they are a three-man squad against a three-man army of Team Star as well. All right. So this could very well turn equally, but who will get that first trade? Miracle being damaged from another team altogether, it seems like.
And what is really interesting is we've got a whole different style of play from BABLU being changed over here. They're playing around the edges, not around the circles a lot. They have lost out on Zebian, which is quite an unfortunate news for all their fans. Now, this is the position where they need to decide. And Pan, he's got to watch out, right? He's got a lot of eyes, especially with the kind of a start that this lad had. Now, Teen, he's just waiting it out, right? We know he's very patient. One of the OGs of this region realizes that Team Star, they're resorting to the vehicle, just steps out of cover. Does he take those shots though? But one of them has already been knocked out. Wants to get the final one, does connect. And Team BABLU, this is exactly what we expected. This is exactly what we wanted from them. They've delivered. And now Pika, he's in a really tough spot. Might get taken down any moment.
Ooh, yep, that is definitely not looking good for Pika. He was out all alone by himself and got into a bit of thick of a fight right there as he was divided between three individual teams, and that sandwich situation definitely not going to be favoring him. But nevertheless, of course, he does have his teammates to still carry on that light from the side of BABLU and their fans, as 9 teams do remain. TUF looking very comfortable with 5 finishes confirmed for their side. 5 finish points confirmed already for themselves. H2E not that far behind as well with 4 of their own. But overall right now it's going to be focused on where the zone is going to be and which team is going to be favored, because TUF, they also are now going to be perhaps falling back to get that zone in their cover.
Oh yeah. Now this time I8 does have a promising position to themselves. Now again, one of those teams that loves their Miramar games is now getting the better out of the players of 3X Esports. Now at this particular moment, you know, it's all about the king of the hill situation, right? You've got to have that high ground advantage, but right now team I8, they're more focused on having a good position on the lower rounds. And now the moment that they found that breathing space, I'm not sure if they're aware of this intervention being made by the players of TUF, where Virus has decided to grenade, lob it out, but does it land in perfection? That's the big thing, because now Blade, he's been taken down from elsewhere. They do retaliate back though. Uzum still somehow ensuring that he holds on to the fort as Ghost decides to go after the players of TUF, the ones in the top. But there you have it, Mom2 literally making his life hell over here.
Absolutely. FS, I mean, they from the backlines definitely delivering those blows and style against the players of I8. And in front, of course, I8 themselves have a lot of trouble to take care of. That's going to be in the name of TUF. But BABLU, Teen Wolf, now, BABLU also trying to dominate. But Teen Wolf is left all by his lonesome. So perhaps from him, what we can anticipate is a bit of a fallback and just play it safe. But will that be the case or not? Because I8's Uzum right now is going to definitely not be playing that style, as he brings in that massive blows against the faces of FS and bringing in style for themselves, bringing in points for themselves, and also keeping all of the players, all 4 players alive.
Now this is where things get really interesting now. Somehow, like you said, I8 have managed to save themselves from the wrath of Mom2, but now there you see Edgar just stepping out of cover. Ghost, it knows exactly where he is. Might lob in that grenade any given point of time as Edgar. Not only does he have that ghillie suit, but also has the Groza, which can be really deadly at situations like this. But if you take a look at having the best position, I really think that TUF have got it for themselves. I8, it's a challenge, it's an objective. If they can manage to, have this high ground to their advantage, if they can get their hands on this ghillie suit, the Groza, maybe this game could be theirs. But the moment the 6th circle just shuts him down, we get the 7th zone, that's going to be so critical. But a beautiful trade coming in from both these sides, as Ghost, he's going to go in for the Ramin, and this is where the Groza suddenly starts to get so deadly, Blotter.
Absolutely does. I mean, this was a losing fight for I8. They definitely held on strong, and in fact held on quite long as well against the side of TUF, as well as from the backlines freestyle, and they are still not yet done. I8's IQ is still here. Uzum will be able to give that revival to Blade, but of course from the backlines it's going to be TmwEsports going to try and get that first finish point confirmed, but TUF is definitely going to try and just completely hanker down the performance of I8 as of now, with Edgar, of course, as you mentioned, with the Groza, of course, along with that. He also has that ghillie suit, and he's going to be pushing on to completely annihilate the positioning and opportunity of I8. So 6th position is where I8 get eliminated with 6 finish points. But again, all of that kept aside, the points we will talk about later, because TmwEsports, now talking about the numbers advantage, definitely theirs. Talking about the compound advantage, definitely theirs. But they're a little hunkered up. If they were spread out a little, perhaps Roshan, we do have a flank angle opportunity from Roshan to step down 52 Esports' play and position. But will TmwEsports stand up to the case or not? Because right in front of them is TUF as well as FS.
You know what, I'm really loving what TUF is doing, but now they have to get inside the circle. Now that's going to be such a tedious task, especially where you've got Teen Wolf right beside her. And Teen Wolf, we know he loves to make those sneaky plays, right? He's one of those IGLs that kind of tends to survive till the very end, and given the chance, he really manages to seize beautiful chicken dinners. I think this is something that we were privy to in the last PMPL, as well as Thor decides to go hammering down all those bullets at the players of 52 Esports out there, 2 of them who managed to survive for now. But at this particular moment, Teen Wolf this time did not really sneak in, as Spain spots him down, takes him out, and down goes BABLU. But still a very respectable position though, considering how well they played in the first game. Managed to accrue so many points, would not really be sad about it. But then again, North Esports now finally have decided to start making their moves. You know, they were sitting at 0 finishes. They've already managed to get 1 elimination to their name.
Oh, they definitely have, but they had to take care of this angle where 52 Esports is pushing on from now. Zero right in front is, of course, trying to give in a lot of damage, but at the same bit of time, Naxi is very, very careful. He's given that Molotov, and that, of course, will fall back Fero's position for just a little bit, and the other angle has already been covered from Naxi. Now, North Esports, we can clearly see that they are playing it safe. But playing it a bit too safe could very well result against them. But right in front is going to be Fero. Now they all need to just push on along. Avenger OP is going to be right in front of him. And there we go. The cover from the side of 52 Esports' players. Fero will not be giving any of that because Hassan OP. And from the backlines, we do have TUF, Thor and Edgar also jumping on along. 52 Esports, they only have that smoke wall to help themselves out. And that too will only last for just a few minutes. Now this is the opportunity for FS to maybe try and deliver some blows, or perhaps it could be a completely different approach that they can try, which is to just let this fight go on, because FS only has one player, and that's going to be Mom2.
It's going to get so much more interesting, but just as we speak, I think we were a little too fast. But in this very moment, now 2 teams remain. It's a R3v4 situation. North Esports definitely having the man advantage, but TUF certainly do have that momentum, right? They are really hot on their triggers. They know if seeing a skull, they're going to crack it wide open. And already have started with some incinerations where Avengers somehow has managed to survive. But TUF getting so much of that map control. Now, of course, North Esports will have no trouble getting inside the circle, but the next circle shift is going to be so imperative for both these teams. You know, if it shifts to North Esports' way, it's going to work out for them. If it's vice versa, then again, TUF, they will be coming out with shining colors. But for now, you know, North Esports, they're going to be very calm, very composed, you know, still not panicking. Still, Roshan has that one Molotov that we've been talking about, you know, one good usage to flush his opponents off could just be the reason why North Esports might just win this game.
Absolutely. They are going to have to be very, very critical in terms of the utilization of that Molotov, because again, in terms of the utility, they are lacking quite a lot. I mean, as you perfectly mentioned, Roshan has that, but apart from that, when you talk about the first aids, there aren't any for any of the team. The numbers advantage is favoring North Esports, but they're going to be playing it safe. And as you mentioned by you, it is going to be played out based on how the zone reacts to this fight. TUF, they're going to have to push on along, and as they do, they've gotten very, very close. Now, their hands, they're definitely warmed up. 11 finishes have already been confirmed for the ZRTF. And there we go, a nade coming on to the face of Thor as he falls back. Of course, no damage being given as of yet, but he knows exactly where to push on from against the players of North Esports. Now, Thor, he's going to try and deliver some blows. He's going to try and take on those heads, but that's just not turning out to be the case. And finally, he's going to be able to get that damage done. And just like that, Maxi's going to deliver that in style. From the 2 angles, TUF pushing on along. North Esports, they are going to have to be very, very careful in terms of how TUF is playing. TUF played it perfectly in terms of how they had it in their minds, but North Esports, a perfect chicken dinner based on the numbers advantage working for them. But again, this was a close one. TUF, a valiant effort coming in from their side with just a 3-man army actually.
Yeah, and you know, considering the fact that North Esports, it was their first game, they just come in and hit a home run right off the start.
Yeah.
You know, get that chicken dinner, propel themselves directly to the 4th spot. Now, this is where I really loved what Thor was doing. He was kind of unfazed, right? He's the god of thunder. I mean, he doesn't really care. And the moment it hit him, he was trying to divert all that attention. I really felt, you know, the other players of TUF could have really made good work out of it. Could have really capitalized on that situation. Could have gotten the better out of the players of North Esports, but they were so composed. We were talking about this. They had the cover. We were talking about whoever the circle favors next is going to be the winner. And that is exactly what happened. You know, TUF realized, you know, nah, we can't really do it. We have to get inside the circle somehow. They were trying to do that. And eventually, North Esports, they did have that man advantage right from the very start. Even after taking a knock, it was very important to get that trade, which they did. And as a result, have won a beautiful chicken dinner.
Absolutely did. A perfect approach from side of TUF as well. With that, viewers, we're going to go on a short little break. We'll be right back with match number 3. Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is indeed the Pakistan Fall Region 2022, which is turning out to be quite a chaotic one, which is all thanks to, of course, Oppo. But once again, 2 games are already done and we have been introduced to all the teams now, Fixers. Nothing has changed in Pakistan. If at all, if anything has changed in Pakistan region, it's gotten that much more fun to cast and look at these games because there are just so many players who are keeping a very keen eye out to create that name.
I mean, to be honest, once we take a look at the MVP, we're going to further talk about this entire scenario. Haven't you realized that things have gotten really out of hand in terms of aggression?
Exactly.
Nobody's really shying away from taking a fight. Like, it's the first day. Hell yeah, just bring it on. And we're going for it. And of course, I mean, we did have those little glimpses. Maybe this virus from TUF, it's a mystery. If you can figure it out, let us know in the chat. We are watching. But again, Lakshay, it was an amazing matchup of Miramar.
Yes.
It again did come down to whoever had the better of the circle. We had so many teams just fighting it out. But from amongst them, I have to give it. My favorites were TUF. The way they were engaging, especially that one fight against Team I, just, thwarting them off, not letting them get the hill control. That is where I really felt, getting those early loot weapons. You had the Groza, you had the ghillie suit, making good work of it, not really letting anybody just step up. I think was really amazing. But TmwEsports, nice composure, nice stability, managed to get the chicken.
They did. And in all of that, another team that I would want to bring up is going to be I8 as well. Now, I8, they played it perfectly, not necessarily, but they played it a little too close once again, just like the previous game as well. And then as they tried to get into the zone, they were caught out in the open in between, a sandwich situation. And as we were talking about that MVP, we do have TUF's Edgar taking that lead with 6 elimination points confirmed from his side, 4 knocks. Along with that, again, you talk about that damage, 1228 double. So a lot of firing power being showcased from TUF Edgar.
Oh, of course it was. I mean, he'd been making all those moves. Now, we've been talking about that deadly weapon, right? Groza. He made a good work out of it. And even Joker and Thor. Towards the end, I really loved how, Thor sort of became the punching bag, but could not really capitalize upon that. But elsewhere, I mean, Avenger had to be one of those players. But I love what Johnny Sins did from Team H2E. The moment the push came in on towards them, he was completely unfazed. He was not scared at all. He was just waiting for it to happen and made good work of the opportunity. But as we take a look at the match summary, it has to be TUF all along, and we were expecting maybe Teen Wolf this time show some of those sneaky ninja moves, but it went into vain.
Well, again, that will definitely be an opportunity, once again, that we provided to the players of BABLU. But as we move on to the match ranking, now keeping in mind that Group E, this was their first time into this game. They did have a decent start. TmwEsports coming in from the first time from Group E, playing their first game itself, walking away with a perfect approach, 15 points, chicken dinner, a perfect effort from their side. But of course, TUF, how can you stop this team with the way that they were just rushing on along to getting those points for themselves? It was just played to perfection from their side. And it all boils down to, can they keep repeating this again and again? Because, the next game is going to be their last from the side of TUF.
Oh yeah, it certainly will be, because now we're going to be getting into the rainforests, and that's going to make things...
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, imagine we had Erangel, we had Miramar, and both of them were so fast-paced. It kind of gives you those, tingles that what's going to happen in Sanhok, how aggressive it's going to be, who's going to drop off at boot camp, who's going to go out to Paradise Resort, and where on earth will the circle be, and who would be those, pesky teams that, head in for that healing battle. But out of which I'm really happy from the Pakistan region. That's why I love to cast. Nobody resorts to it until it comes down to the very end. And taking a look at the damage graph as well, it just did come up and did go away. Again did come up. And TUF, courtesy to them. Beautiful damage numbers.
What a tower being created from the side of TUF right now. 3,038 damage dished out. No other team comes close to even 2,000, mate. I mean, there is one team, TmwEsports, which is close to 1,500, but that's about it. No team even close to 2,000, and this team has already crossed 3,000 mark from the damage graph itself. A perfect play from the side of TUF from this game as we move to the overall ranking. Now, as you were mentioning how chaotic and how aggressive these teams are, and you were mentioning Sanhok, just think about it, Fixers. We also do have the top 12 teams on 5th day that will be playing an extra game on the map of Livik. How chaotic is that going to be? I'm already dreading casting that.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Honestly.
I mean, how is the approach going to be on a competitive level? Because we've seen a lot of show matches. But now let's talk about the overall rankings. Team BABLU, despite that fifth position in the second game, still managed to keep themselves on the top. Team TUF, they have been amazing, especially taking that 7 jumps over there of positions. And Team Faulty Devils, they had a really good start, managed to get that chicken dinner, but that was just about it. Could not get to see a lot out of them in game number 2. But North Esports, 1 game, 1 chicken dinner, right in the top 4. So if they sort of continue this run, then we can very well imagine them toppling over the likes of BABLU, TUF, because they're the ones who are going to be playing for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, they will have the opportunity to be able to climb up on top, and of course that is going to be the synergistic play, the only synergistic play that is required from these teams, because that is what this league is going to be about. That is what all of this is going to be. Saga is going to be based upon in the 3-week affair, because if you are able to get yourself in that 16 and confirm yourself in that top 5, then automatically you're looking pretty comfortable. And along with all of that, it also boils down to, can you participate in that Livik and get those points, because those bonus points that you'll walk away with from that Livik map automatically add on, and that's the start that you'll get in the finals. So why will any team want to not be a part of that? But with that, enough said, let's move on along with our show. First, let's have a look at the schedule, where match number 3 rather, is going to be played out. And this time, it is going to be played on the map of Sanhok. Now, this time around, we do not have Group C. That means I8, Quantum Rage, TFD, and Quraysh Esports are going to be backing out.
Oh, yeah. And that's a huge hit, right? Especially when you've got 2 big names like I8 and Quantum Rage not being a part of it. But it's all right. I mean, Group D is back. So we've got the Grounders, Metershot Skies, R3D, PPP Esports making their way in. Now, considering this entire, these 4 teams, they've not had the best of start. And we always know that in Sanhok, it just could be anybody. It doesn't matter about how skillful you are or how many eliminations you've gotten. If you have the benefits of the circles, if the gods of PUBG Mobile have themselves bestowed on you, it's done.
Right.
It's dusted. No worries. Just look out for the snakes, though.
Oh, true. That is so true, because that is what this map allows and offers. But at the same time, you're talking about Pakistan region.
Yeah.
There ain't going to be no snakes. There's going to be scorpions all across. And that is going to be very, exactly. It's, all the way from one mountain to the other. That's the kind of approach that I'm anticipating between these teams. And of course, these teams, as they get ready, we of course do fall back on that conversation about prediction, mate. So now, after having versed ourselves with these groups as well as all the teams, what team do you anticipate walking away with this chicken dinner on this map of Sanhok?
I think I'll have to go with Team BABLU this time. I mean, the kind of a hype train that they're building along for themselves, I think a chicken dinner is a long time coming right now at this point. They've been so close, missing out on few of those occasions, getting a lot of kills. You would want them to be at the top of it all.
Definitely, and they are looking very comfortable on that spot, and in terms of the way that they're playing as well, even if one player is remaining. Previous game we saw Pan, this time around we saw Team Wolf. They always work towards, at the end, also walking away with a few elimination points, a lot of those placement points as well. But yeah, from my side, prediction is going to be from Group D. I'm thinking Grounders. Could maybe bring themselves up and get a decent game on this map of Sanhok, because the first game that they played, they were looking very comfortable. They were looking very synergistic in terms of their approach. The rotation that they had made was also looking absolutely pristine, but can they repeat that on a much more smaller map actually? So the rotation, that's what becomes the chaotic mess on the map of Sanhok majorly.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a troublesome situation, to be honest, because like you said, like we discussed, right, this could be anybody's game. And picking up the Grounders, I get it. The kind of a start that they had initially, I think I kind of liked it in Erangel, but they kind of somehow failed to get that chicken dinner for themselves. Now, this is redemption time. Now, this has been one of those teams that loves to hold on to the center. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, already the flight path, leaving it off, and well, H2E. They've taken that jump. Of course, I'm looking out for that boot camp fight. Do we get a skirmish? Do we get a battle breaking out? That's going to be very, very interesting.
Ooh, this flight path, it is definitely a chaotic Pakistan region right now because it's just going to be so close. And also, as so perfectly mentioned by Fixes a minute ago as well, these teams that are jumping towards the north, they're so unaware of the surroundings. We've got FS, we've got, of course, 52 X. Now, again, talking about 52 Esports itself, I mean, they are a little scattered. We've got Daku Always Lonesome once again. Thankfully, he's changing that pace, which I'm loving from the fact. But at the same point in time, he's now going towards the heads of Metershot Sky. So a tough affair. But moving away from that northeastern approach, looking at the center itself, we do have the players of R3D. Now, R3D, they are playing it safe. They are playing it absolutely pristine. But in that center that they're at, the amount of loot that you've got available isn't going to be much. So they are definitely going to have to make a rotation as well. But the most comfortable ones that we can talk about in this map right now is going to be the likes of course, Camp Alpha, which is taken over by the Grounders, and no team around in the vicinity to even give them a hamper or a mole of a situation. On the other front was the players of Team H2E, a team that, of course, walked away with perfect plays from the previous game of Miramar from the Group E, are going to be jumping themselves towards the southwest eastern side. But right now, never mind all of that, because it's going to be BABLU, Sibian taking on some shots and then falling back. So a little bit of dread is what BABLU is showcasing into this lobby. And that's exactly what is enough, right? As soon as you hear those shots in the first 2 minutes of the game itself, automatically you know, ooh, okay, now we know that this game is also going to be a warm one. There's going to be absolutely no time to take a breather, because right off the bat in the first minute itself, Zibian already took some shots. Of course, it was just a little bit of letting the opponents know that, hey, we're here. Don't you dare come around towards our vicinity, towards Painan.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've also seen in the past a lot, right? Teams just drop clashing, and considering the way that Team BABLU has been playing, you would not want to mess up with them right from the very start. And we know they've never left Painan ever since, be it whoever, coming at their way. But Team DOD, again, Rex, Psycho, Hunter, Thug, we've seen few of the players in the past, but they still have to make a message, rather put a message for everybody out there. They are the ones not to be messed with. And, talking about Regicide, we did talk about, the sort of a start they had, the rich past that they bring to the table, and haven't really quite reflected it. But again, it's not a huge thing right now, because it was just that one game they played. A few mistakes here and there did cost them a lot. But now they're going to be also looking out to get some good finish points for themselves and move on ahead.
Oh, they better. They definitely better, because we've been talking about it from the start of the day itself that these teams, they are going to be battling it out, of course, definitely in the battleground. But at the same point in time, the teams that are going to be at the top, they're going to be that much more comfortable with the points that they've accumulated, because they are going to get that much more closer towards those bonus points and that bonus game that will be played on day number 5, which will be a 6th game. Normally, the days that we are casting, the games that we are watching will be 5 games per day. But day 5, we are looking at 6 games. And for that, the teams that are going to be in the top 12 will qualify for that. And those points that they accumulate for themselves on the map of Livik will automatically help them in the grand final. So it is so very important and crucial to get that boost and that bonus, like it says, bonus points. Those bonus points start, the head start, if you can automatically get by playing on the map of Livik, then the grand finals are automatically that much more in your favor. But moving away from that futuristic approach to what we've got in front of our screens itself, well, again, a little bit of a slow paced start, but again, it's just the first 2 minutes. This is not slow, this is normal. For Pakistan region, perhaps it might be slow because I'm not hearing any gunshots around
100%.
but it is normal.
I mean, this is not normal. No, definitely not. Because till at this point you would expect teams to go after each other, and suddenly they've all
Exactly.
realized this is one of those circles. Well, I mean, I'm kind of curious as to where it's going to end, because if it's going to go towards that Western Island, then North Esports might have to win the bag, right? Get a back-to-back that they were looking out for. So, yeah, it's going to be so messed up, because right now it's so difficult to predict where the zone will be. Ideally, circles like this have eventually gone on to where R3D are right at this moment.
Yes,
We have seen
yes.
those moments where sometimes it kind of tends to get towards that boot camp region, and the AWM. I don't know if it's the best of weapons to pick in this particular map, because ever since, it's been a long time that, players are really opting out for the big green cannon. They were
Yeah.
it's just letting it be. It's, the gun crying in the corner.
True, definitely, and especially on the map of Sanhok, I've never really understood the craving that few players do get in the international market for the gun. But overall, and that's the reason why it's there. But overall, I mean, this is a conversation that I had with another caster, Necro, as well, because yeah, the casters themselves are divided, the analysts are divided. What about that AWN? Should it even be on the map? Again, that's absolutely fine, because that's how the battleground is. That's how it is always going to be turning out. One gun can be favored by you, but not by the other.
I think it comes down to personal preference. They
Right,
are those
exactly,
hard and
exactly.
fast players, no matter whatever map it is, no matter even if it's a TDM, they're still gonna prefer their good old bolt actions, right? We know
Yep.
how much they love it. But at the same time, we have to understand, what the meta demands and how the style of play for the other teams are. You could easily have an M4 or maybe an SMG, let's say an AMP with as your loadout, right? That's what everybody's going on. And recently we have seen those, new picks, with the weapon choices, even in the WI, where we saw a lot of usage of the shotguns coming in from the other international teams, whom these teams, in fact, the Lucky Six, will be hoping to face forward in the SA Championships. And you never know, perform well there, go to the GC and witness some amazing action against the best teams in the world. And TmwEsports,
Ooh.
Thug, has he spotted Joker out yet? I believe he has a slight inkling that, there might be somebody hasn't taken the shots.
Oh, he definitely hasn't. But of course, that already cue has already been given. And at the same point in time, Joker already knows. Joker already knows. Now, that is TUF at their best and at their finest. They had, of course, their eyes gouged out towards all the directions, because that is what this map requires and that is what this map entails. You, as soon as you're out in the open, you better keep your crosses prepped all across 360, because you never know where that second bullet is going to be coming around from. And of course, the teams that are around the compound or out towards the safety of the compound, well, yeah, I don't really think that we anticipate much from them from this region, but we shall see, because this is just the first Sanhok itself. And as of now, we are looking at a very flat approach, for lack of a better term, right now. No masala at all over here. Oh, never mind, my word, mate. There we go. Magnus finishing and confirming. No, not confirming, but getting that one knock definitely from their side. But a knock needs to be converted into a point for them to get that boost on the overall ranking. But TUF's Edgar, Joker, as we do have them on our screens, they're also divided right now. They do know the team around in the vicinity and their positioning, but they're not taking any chances as of now, which is a good thing.
Yeah, at least for now, right? They haven't really, messed around a lot. They have been doing their own thing. But for now, look at Ash. Oh, just closing in. That one grenade could be devastating, as Spain, he's been taken down. Darko already knocked out, and there he goes for the third. Gets it connected. Just ripping apart the players of 52 Esports out there. It is all with Pharaoh being on his lonesome. And we were talking about shotguns. There you have it. Ash showcasing that. Can he get that? Boom, boom. No, indeed he could not. Instead, Pharaoh just being really, really whiny, getting those finish points out there. But that's just about it. Metershot X Sky really getting the better out of 52 Esports, but with the loss of Khatir.
Absolutely, but that was a perfect approach from the side, because they were able to walk away with the 4 points for themselves. Made a lot of noise, definitely, but that noise now needs to be heard from the side of TmwEsports. This team, they need to get... Oh, my word, mate, there you go. Thug brings in a shot and confirms that knock and confirms that point against Mari from 3x. And that is the kind of play that we needed from Triple N. As soon as we started talking about how quiet it has been, 8-minute marker, and now we've got those DBS shots and those shotguns being showcased, as you were mentioning earlier. And that is what is needed in these close shots. Bang on bang against the heads, right in front of your opponent.
Double barrel shotgun. Oh, the way you get that, punch. Just Tuk tuk. It's so soothing to the ears, right? And 3x Esports, I mean, they've not had the best of starts, but they're making the best work out of it, at least in this situation, as Hunter going on a little bit of a friendly fire, getting the better out of his own teammate out there. And DOD, they have no other choice but to retreat. Now, this is what we were talking about, Blotter, that, you know, taking a look at this particular map feed. Now, this is where T20 really have a good chance. But if it takes an eastern shift, maybe the tides might favor Team Magnus or TUF as well.
And looking at BABLU, what a passive approach they've got all the way down south still. They haven't moved from there yet. On back again in the fight, we've got Esports losing out on 2 of their players. In fact, confirm that into 3 because Hunter is knocked and Thug, we can see clearly, is going to be running away from that entire fray, as 3x will be able to get that retaliation confirmed from their side. They did lose out on 1 player, but then accumulated that aggression into a perfect domination against the players of Esports, as Thug is left all by his lonesome on the other side of the map altogether. We've got the Grounders taking on shots against Esports as well. But it seems like the fight and that domination that we were talking about from 3x Esports is still not yet done. They are still very angry as to the loss of Mary, and that one final player, Thug, from the side of course, Esports, is not going to be allowed to move out that easy. And just like that, it seems like the spray is going to be connecting easily. And yep, there we have it. 4 defeat points confirmed for 3x Esports.
Yeah, I mean, 3x Esports, I think they've made it in their minds that they need to bag in all those eliminations for themselves. Every single fight that they get, they're wanting to, you know, come out on top of it. But for now, Team Magnus, I mean, FS is right after them. And even FS had a pretty decent start in the first game that they had in Miramar, especially coming in. And we know what to expect out of these players. Malik has always been one of those players that I've absolutely loved and adored. He's got that maturity in, can be very versatile. You need him as an entry, you need him as an anchor for your team, maybe go on those flanks. He's an overall complete player and has always, you know, been at a very consistent form. It's very rare occasions that you see him having his downfall. But at the same time, you know, we do have Zarbaf, one of those new entrants to this particular squad. We've got to see as to how this player play, because in the first game, kind of messed it up a little bit, did die down. Was not really his mistake because it was a 1v1, could be anybody's, and Knight was just in the better form, and Magnus and FS seem to again lock horns, and right from the very start of our Blotter, we are witnessing a rivalry building up between 2 teams.
Oh, we definitely are. And talking about Magnus's approach, I mean, from the backlines, we can see Faster and Drolin also approaching, and that flank angle, could that deliver in style in favor of Magnus? Because again, this is something that FS also is very well equipped and prepped about. Now, Malik will automatically be setting up the shots, and there we have it. He's already known, and he's already equipped his teammates to be ready for the spray that can be connecting any moment now. Drolin breaking that silence in the Paradise Resort, but at the same time, his 2 other mates are out at back of Paradise Resort. So they need to find an entry into Paradise Resort to be able to take this fight to the face of FS. But right now, we can clearly see that FS is well equipped and prepped. But that rivalry that you were talking about, it seems like this is definitely brewing, because Magnus is Faster, Knight, Finisher, they are all slowly but definitely inching in closer and closer to get this compound, this entire Paradise Resort for themselves. And on the backlines, we do have TUF. I'm sure they are hearing all the archery cues that are taking place, but they are just keeping it quiet as of now, which is a good thing. One thing that I did not anticipate is the map of Sanhok, which is the smallest map in the map loop that we've got, has already extended to 15-minute mark, and still 52 players, 14 teams are alive. Because now, after having the teams having reduced to each other as well, I believe they are now taking it serious. Now they're realizing that, all right, this is the competition, and we do need to play it a little bit more careful, a little bit more safe, because after all, we do need to be working towards those top 12 in the final overall ranking.
I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath in it, because now we've got 2 different approaches over here. You've got Team BABLU, you've got the likes of Regicide. Both of them are very well equipped with that very famous healing battle strat, right? And they're going to try and do that. to whatever extent that they can go. But Team BABLU, look at those rotations, man. They're going in so long. Maybe what they're intending is take that route from the southern side, go all the way towards eastern side, maybe then enter from TmwEsports. But this is exactly what I feel is Regicide also trying to do the same over here. But Joker, is he aware of 3x's presence around him? Because Tyrant, he's all blazed up. He wants to get those grenades. He's got a really good momentum rolling in. Joker trying to lob it at his direction. Does connect, but not enough.
Oh, just another one. And then another one bites the dust. That's going to be for the side of TF. But we shall see if that'll be the case or not. Because right now, again, we fall back onto the side of course, Paradise Resort, where we do have FS just slowly and patiently waiting. We do have Zerbuff on our screens, as you perfectly mentioned as well. We are still yet to see the performance from the lad. And still yet to deter as to what exactly can be anticipated and expected from him. But as far as the angle is concerned, he's definitely keeping a very close, keen eye towards those staircase. And that is the flank that, of course, players were expecting, the players of course, FS. But it seems like it has turned into a stalemate situation at the Paradise Resort, where we do have TF's two players trying to take a back-end approach. But they have found 3x in their spot. So a tough luck for TUF as well, because right in front we do see that they have 3x, but in the backlines on the other mountain itself, I just got a glimpse that there is another team. Now that is going to be very difficult. Yep, we do have Coerty in the backlines as well. So a very difficult position that these teams are finding themselves in, as so perfectly mentioned by Fixes just a minute ago as well. Now we are turning this from the third zone into the fourth just a few minutes later. And we still have 52 players. So definitely it's going to be turning into quite a bloodbath. But before all of that ensues, we do have Zerbuff just keeping a keen eye. At the same bit of time, of course, he does have his pet right there. Just a little bit of a stalemate situation. Why not enjoy a little, play a little?
You know, at this point, I can't believe what my eyes are really witnessing. Right?
Seriously.
Because,
seriously.
you know, till here, I think you would expect 9 or 10 teams to be alive. But everybody is playing it safe. Nobody really wants to, you know, get on with the meta that we have in Sanhok for so long. But Johnny Sins, one good grenade and he could be absolutely clobbering down his enemies, ricocheting off the wall, gets on towards his 4 times, not the intended scope at this particular direction. As Tarzan, he's trying to find that perfect flank angle. Assad needs to come out, gets that DBS punch going in. Does he though? But no, that's not going to be the case over here, as Noki just coming out, getting one after the other, wiping the entirety of H2E, as Regicide finally seem to have found a decent footing in this particular matchup.
UMP against the DBS.
Still he lost.
I'm shocked. I'm surprised. He knew he had all the order cues. He was ready. But wow, knock, what a play that was. I mean, that dude and his name, he's just standing tall and just letting the entire lobby know that that is my name and that's exactly what I deliver. To your face, mate, to your face. But with that, 13 teams do remain. And again, going back to that stalemate situation that we were talking about. Now, BABLU, as well as Coerty, we saw making that very long rotation. Was it Coerty? No, it was the Grounders, I believe. No, it was Coerty from the Camp Alpha side. The Grounders... But nevertheless, we will talk about it when the map comes on. But what a late rotation it was. All the way from south, we saw BABLU taking it towards the eastern side. And from the eastern flank, then they're going to be entering. And while all of that has been happening, in the zone, everybody's quiet. Everybody's just like waiting for BABLU, I guess, I think. And as soon as BABLU joins in, the Tehedka and the marker is going to be starting off, because that's what is anticipated right now. At 19-minute marker on the map of...
there you go.
My word, why did I say that?
And speak of the devil, they appear right in front of you. And Regicide, they've got to deal with the brunt of BABLU. Pan again succeeding with Afika, even from the backlines, providing that cover fire. And Ashad, he knows for a fact that he needs to go on a reload, but still gets the better out of Pan. He knows he is a crucial threat that he needs to exterminate, and that is exactly what he's up to. But look at him, he's got 11 first hits on him, comes out of his cover. Teen Wolf also takes massive amount of damage as Ashad. Somehow, this lad manages to clutch it out as we shift on to yet another fight. It is going to be the boys from Freestyle going up against Magnus. Now bodies are just flying left, right and center, Blotter.
Absolutely. Finally, Paradise Resort. Here's a little bit of a gunfire across the entire fray, as we do have FS trying to take on those shots against the players of Magnus. Now, Magnus's finisher is the final player remaining, but FS, they've got the army to push on along, and that's exactly what Vasi and Momtu are going to do. But what a perfect spray from Finisher. Not even a single damage taken. He's able to bring down Vasi and give so much damage to Momtu. All goes down to Zarbaf. Now, Zarbaf being the new man to the entire fray. Can he deliver? Can he bring himself inside? Momtu's cover should definitely help him out. And Finisher, he's just not hidden. He's all by his own, so going to be bringing it all straight down, all flashed out about. And what a play this was. Wow. Wow. He was flashed out completely, but that spray did not stop. He knew exactly the positioning that he was at. Incredible play. But sadly, he was all by his lonesome, so nothing taken away from that.
I mean, you've got to give him props, right? Especially the way he just went in and almost got the better out there. But it's all right. Now we're on to a different fight. QWERTY right in front of us. They're just going after the players of R3D. But TmwEsports is going to get the better of them. And this is where QWERTY, they're going to be the scavengers. Try to find a few extra first aids for themselves. And we were all, sort of getting like, when are the fights going to begin? And once they have it so difficult to keep track of. But Ashad, man, the way he played, especially over there, managing to deal against Team BABLU, who were reigning at that particular moment. And at barely 30% HP, he managed to clutch out the entire squad, managed to save his teammate. I think he is already my MVP.
He definitely was. At that moment, he definitely was. There's nothing that he could have done better, because he was so playing it to perfection. But as we fall back from that to Paradise Resort once again, we do have the players of FS, all 4-man squad, taking on the shots against the players of Star. Now, what we need to see is a little bit of a, well, cover, as well as, of course, a synergistic approach from FS, but it seems like that's going to be tough because Zarbaf has already been dropped down. Of course, we did just see a glimpse that his teammate was giving him that revival, so all 4 players of FS will still be pushing on, but from the backline, it's going to be Team Star as well. So who will get that first knock against both of these teams will be the one who will be able to get themselves into the zone, because this is the 5th zone, so a lot of damage is going to be given in. 120 meters is what these teams need to cover. Osama, almost by a sliver, walks in towards the safety net out of that blue.
And TUF, they are just waiting for their praise. Everybody just to come out in the open, desperate and out of choices, out of options. There you go. Edgar just opening up that cannons out right at the players of T20 QWERTY, and still not getting any success. Maybe gets one over there. You do not escape from his side. He will make sure he at least gets one prey, but that's still a job far from being done, because it's just a knock. He needs to ensure that, and it's going to be very difficult for TUF at this particular moment to really go in for that push. But at TUF, they've been having back-to-back consistent games, 5 finishes already. Now, this is exactly what you would expect from a team of this caliber. And I did have this conversation, like I said, with the our Urdu commentators, and Gaming Portal said, fix this by, you need to watch out for this team, because they are playing on a whole different level, and now I know why.
I can clearly see what he meant, definitely. With the plays that TUF is making, I mean, it is just perfect. And same can be said maybe for the side of QWERTY as well, because they've been trying to deliver some blows, and they are playing like a synergistic bunch. As we can clearly see, we've got Moltrux taking on those shots, but it was just out in the open, and NES North Esports' Maxi flanks him across and takes him down. But thankfully, his teammates are right around in the vicinity to be able to give that cover. And of course, right now, we do have Maxi out in the open. From the back end, it's going to be 3x's Miracle, but of course, he's out in the open all by his lonesome. He's just a one-man army trying to cross the road. He's definitely not going to be drawing any damage towards him. Oh, he will, and he will take him down. He just needs to get that point confirmed for himself before he himself is knocked out of this fight.
Oh, he certainly will. And we were just, wondering, when is he going to bite? When is he going to bite? And these are the scorpions that we have been talking about, ladies and gentlemen. 3x Miracle. The lonesome survivor still has managed to get 3 eliminations to his name. I believe he has her Joker right beside him. He might also clinch one more, but at the same time, the noise that he's making, he could get taken down as well. But North Esports, they end their run at the 6th position over here, and so have the Grounders also been eliminated out of the lobby. TUF with a 3-man standing strong squad could get that revive and again become a complete squad. And I think Edgar is already in process of the very same thing. But 420 Boy and Khan, both these players, they need to get inside the circle. Now the big problem over here is they might have been spotted out. And Helsi, is he up to a healing battle? No.
It seemed like it, no, but he's not. It seemed the same was the case from the grounders as
Oh.
well, but that's not the case. And now we move on into the 4 teams that are remaining, a 3-man army from TUF, with a true 2-man squad from the side of QWERTY as well. 7 finishes for both of these teams, and then we've got 3x's 1 final player. So it all boils down to, can 3x's 1 final player Miracle bring in a miraculous play for his team, or will it be the likes of course, QWERTY or TUF, one of whom will be walking away with that perfect chicken dinner? For now, Miracle, he's too close to Joker Sir. Joker Sir being very, very careful in his approach, but can they spot each other? Who will spot each other quicker will be the one who will confirm this into another point for themselves. But while we wait for that, Miracle is being very, very quiet.
Very quiet indeed. Just waiting for that right opportunistic moment. Because he's the one who can just, snatch that chicken dinner out from the jaws of TUF. But look at Joker Sir closing him on him. And at this point, he's got his entire attention towards 420 boy. Has no idea of Miracle's whereabouts. Gets taken down. And he could get the second one as well. Right in front of him. Could snatch away this chicken dinner. He had that perfect opportunity. But now his position has been compromised. Virus, he's making the move for it. But Edgar, still silent, still ever so patient. Miracle making the right moves, changing his position.
Yep.
But the big problem over here, Blotter, is he's got to get inside the circle. And TUF are well aware of that.
Oh, they definitely are, and they know where exactly could he flank from. And along with all of that, the Blues is going to be catching up to him. As soon as he spots himself out, he is going to try and take on the shots. He's going to try and get one more point for his team. Only a knock will be given to him, as we have the chicken dinner winner team. It is going to be none other than TUF, Team TUF, walking away with the chicken dinner with 10 eliminations, moving all the way to the top position with 25 points. TUF, I mean, you heard it right. Fixes, this team definitely is a team to keep a keen eye out towards, because they are racking up numbers and there is nothing that can stop them now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is a force to be reckoned with, especially just losing out on that chicken dinner in the past game, making up for it. But they still had a lot of eliminations in the previous one, right? And this time, they ensured it was the perfect balance between that, those position points, those finish points. They knew how to respect the circle. It was beautiful spread towards the end. But I was really, wondering if it could have really come down to that 1v1 situation. But I would still give props to Miracle, especially considering just being that lonesome survivor. There was a slight opening, right, where he could have at least gone after Edgar. Because either ways, they did deal with T20 QWERTY over there. And had that happened, things could have been completely different. But what a matchup it was, eventually a rather slower start. Not a Sanhok that we would ideally anticipate from the Pakistan region, of course. Still no healing battles done. But it was fun, I gotta say you that.
It definitely was. It was definitely fun. A lot of calculated plays that were being showcased on this map, and that was a good thing. That definitely was a good thing, because that is what we are here for. We want to be able to see and learn from these teams, as well as to how can they turn such a small tile map into such a chaotic and extended map. And that was clearly showcased, a class 101, because of how these teams played this time around. But will this remain throughout the entirety of the league? That is something that I want to see, because of how these teams like to play. But at the same time, a perfect effort, like you perfectly mentioned, from 3x's Miracle. With that, we'll go on a short little break. Viewers, stick around, as we still do have 2 more games remaining for the day. Have Miracle, the MVP from this game, 3x Esports. There was nothing stopping them. And Miracle, the miraculous play that he was able to make, was definitely worth the valiant effort, because that's the reason why he's walked away with this MVP. But also at the same point of time, again, QWERTY, they were so very close, but yet so far. A one-man army of 3x's Miracle was able to just dominate, but at the same point of time, of course, was not able to walk away with that chicken dinner. No complaints there, because we know 3x is going to be capable and they'll be back again. But TUF, now that is a team to very well be careful of, because that team does not fall back. That team just does not know how to fall back out of a fight, how to just jump out of a chaotic situation. Rather, they will take on shots, as we saw in this map of Sanhok as well. They were taking on shots and sprays onto the other side of the mountain altogether, which was right in front of them. But absolutely, that is the kind of play that is needed from this team, and that is what is needed from this region as well, and that is what they deliver every single time that I've of course casted this region. Of course, it's all thanks to Oppo for making this all happen, as they are the official smartphone sponsor for this PMPL Pakistan region. As you move on towards the players who we should focus on, we of course do have Miracle from this game. Moving on towards Voltrux from QWERTY, and then comes in Joker. Along with that, R3G's two-player are of course going to be there, Knock Knock as well as Ashad. Now Knock Knock, his name itself defines it all, and his plays have definitely showcased it again and again. As he moved towards the match ranking, we have TUF walking away with a perfect chicken dinner, nothing taken away from them. 10 finish points, 10 elimination points towards their side. QWERTY is going to be second based on the 7 elimination points that they were able to accumulate, and then comes in at third spot the side of 3x Esports. Finally, after that is going to be Regicide and then Metershot Sky. So very good FS, but look at that, FS on the 6th spot with 8 elimination points and only 1 placement point. Now that is what freestyle does. That is how messy and of course dreadful they are in this lobby. But of course, with that, we do have a change on the desk as well, as we are now joined in with Shadow for this upcoming game. So Shadow, you've of course been looking at these games. What have you noticed till now in this Pakistan region?
Well, the teams are very much aggressive. I have to say, they don't rely on the position points. They're always going for the elimination points. That is what Team BABLU has been doing from the very first match, when they got 13 finishes. And in the second match, also Team F got 11 finishes, and the third one got 13. Then well, the teams are good.
They definitely are, and that is a synonym of what this region is, and that is aggressiveness. That is what they deliver every single time. And look at that, TUF on the other side was QWERTY's player, and he still is deterred to take him down. He will just not let him go. Relentless is what TUF has been in terms of their approach in the games today. But with that, we still do have 2 games remaining. Let's see if this sort of a relentless approach can continue or not.
Well, they better continue with the same momentum, because we did see in the spring season that few of the teams that played very good in the league play kind of crumbled when it comes to the finals. They were not able to carry forward the same momentum every single week, but the team that carry forward the momentum in every week was on the top of the leaderboard. Let's see what's going to happen this time.
Absolutely, and along with that, we'll move on to the damage draft, where this time around it was definitely a close call between quite a lot of these teams, as we do have on the back, we've got FS right there with 1198 damage dished out from their side, 1170 from the side of Regicide, and right following them with the 7 finishes is going to be the likes of Metershot Sky. But all on the top is going to be QWERTY with 1563 damage that they were able to accumulate. Quite an aggressive play from QWERTY as well, but the rotation is where I do want to say Team QWERTY were caught out back, because they were towards Camp Alpha, and then from there they made that rotation all the way from west to east, and yeah, they tried, but that's okay. That is how the battleground is. Sometimes you win, some fights you lose.
Well, some fights you lose, but I have no complaints. Team QWERTY, the way they were dishing out the damage, they have ample amount of finishes in their hands. Also 7 finishes. I think it's a good deal to have, rather than if we compare to the other teams. But first, let's have a look at the rankings of the teams. Which team is standing where in the overall ranking? And Team TUF, with a consistent performance, are at the top of the leaderboard with total 52 points.
Wow, and they still are going to be back, of course. Team QWERTY is going to be back. Team BABLU is going to be back, because all teams are going to be looking at 4 games, I believe. And that is where things are going to get that much more messier. But at the same point of time, That is what the ranking states, and that is what the point difference is, of course, indicated right there from the first to the second. As we move on to the second page, look at that jump coming in from Metershot Sky right there with the 9 position jump from their play. But of course, that is not all. As we move, of course, towards the other side, we are going to have to still see what this entire week is going to entail. This is just day number 1, viewers, keep that in mind. And as we move across towards the end day, that is where all the battleground is going to be focused towards that final map of Livik, because that is where those bonus points are going to be distributed. And once those points start distributing, that's automatically when we'll know that, all right, this team is one to look forward to in the grand finals.
Well, certainly, Livik can be the game changer for the teams at the top, because it can provide the additional points also. But the teams who are on the middle of the leaderboard, they can also redeem themselves, earn extra points, and move in the next week. So Livik can be the game changer, and it's certainly a new map in the competitive scenario. So teams don't even have a read on to each other. That is going to be an X factor also.
Absolutely, but again, that is what we'll have to wait for. That will be played on day number 5, because right now we are on day number 1, and talking about day number 1 itself, a chaotic mess is what the background has been between these groups. But as now we prep once again for another game altogether, match number 4. As we said, 2 games are remaining, match number 4. Now match 4, you've seen all the games till now, Shadow. What team will you say or would want to pick when it comes to picking a team that will probably walk away with that chicken dinner?
Well, TmwEsports got a chicken dinner just now. I think it's Team BABLU I'll go with, as Fixes also said, because in the very first game, the dominating performance that came in from their side, well, Team BABLU was completely missing in the PMPL spring season. But this time, they are starting on an aggressive note. I think they'll definitely get a chicken dinner in day number 1 itself.
I hope so. I definitely hope so, because again, Team BABLU, the way that they are playing, the way that they've made their mark known in the lobby itself is quite an undertaking, and they have not drifted away from that. If at all anything, they've pushed on headstrong to walk towards those points and get those finish points, elimination points every single time, even if it's just a one-man army that's going to be left from their side, as we saw in the previous games as well. One time it was Pan, another time it was Teen Wolf, but nothing deterred them from walking away towards getting those points. And that, of course, I will definitely back, because they do need that chicken dinner. And I'm sure the fans are also eagerly waiting. That day 1, come on, you have to now. You've already showcased the best of the best plays. What can stop you now? It seems like no team. But again, I better not say that, because as soon as I brought this on, this map of Sanhok, as soon as I pointed it out to Fixes, we moved on to the side of course, BABLU, and they were getting thrashed and hammered, and within a matter of minute, they were completely eliminated from the lobby. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut, and we shall just see. Fingers crossed, though, because that is the team that I will also want to choose as the team that should walk away with a perfect chicken dinner with this upcoming match number 4. But apart from that, what other team would you want to choose when it comes to the way that they've been playing, or highlight in terms of the way that they've approached the entirety of these games?
Based on the previous gameplays, also not just today's gameplay, the entire history, yes, Team BABLU has been one of the most veteran players and an aggressive team. In fact, Team Grounders also showed a very good performance in the previous season. I think Team Grounders can also do, but a team that is missing completely this time is Metershot Sky. They were the team. This was one of those teams that raised the bar of expectations very high in the previous season, but this time, match number 1, they become the first team to get an elimination. So I think Metershot Sky are also looking to for redemption this time.
I would agree with that. I will definitely back that as well, because that is a team that we've seen time and time again bring themselves back up from a very difficult position, is what I'm going to say. And at the same point of time, when you talk about the previous, of course, spring split itself, they had a perfect ranking for themselves. Now, that all kept aside, because that's all history. They were 7th and walked away with decent plays. Overall, the synergistic plays that they were able to accumulate, the kind of elimination points that they were able to accumulate, 14 finishes, 17 finishes, that's not an easy task, and that is something that they did. So keeping that at hindsight, I'll say that maybe this is just day 1, and day 1 they're just testing the waters as to what the other teams are doing, and then perhaps day 2 onwards it'll be a completely different approach that we can anticipate from the side of course, Metershot Sky. Would you agree?
Well,
maybe.
Maybe I'll agree. Yes, you are testing the waters and day number one, but the other teams that are dominating are being consistent. Like TUF, they're already
Yes.
grabbing the points. They're already moving ahead in the leaderboard overall standing. So you have to kind of propel yourself in the leaderboard from day number two on extra points. That is not going to be easy. Test the waters. Match number one, that's it. Match number two, that's it. Match number three, you have to start performing if you want to see yourself in the top five.
All right, well, we heard it right here. That is the kind of importance every single match brings in to these teams right here in this, of course, full split Pakistan 2022, all thanks to Oppo. But along with that, now we get prepped and ready for match number 4, which will be played, of course, on the map of Miramar. Now, last time around, when we jumped into the map of Miramar, it was none other than North Esports playing their first game on first day, walked away with a very cheeky but very consistent, very decent chicken dinner for themselves. But let's see if they can recreate that, because right behind them was TUF with 11 finishes of their own. But right off the bat, as we do have the flight path on our screens this time around, it is going to be starting from the south, going from the Los Higos Prison Island all the way towards north, towards Torre Hamuda, and it is once again going to be definitely allowing all the teams to bifurcate themselves and go across to whichever zone they feel comfortable, whichever city they feel comfortable. And now, along with all of that, we are going to keep a keen eye towards what the zone is going to be doing. And there we go. The zone has spoken. The zone is going to be keeping itself towards the eastern side this time around. We do have Junkyard pretty much in the center, but this is, of course, just the first zone. And there could be a change. There could be a false hope that could be provided to those teams, because the zone may just jump down south towards Los Leones, the big city as well.
Well, certainly. Talking about North Esports, well, Avenger OP right now, talking about the loot resources, he's having not a very good loot you want to have if you're going for an initial combat. But talking about 3x Miracle with that SKS is trying to pep a few bullets in the direction of Hunter, but he's going to miss that shot, and Hunter is safer. Now he's going to make a safe escape, but with that, Miracle also gave away his position.
Absolutely. Now, you talk about this team of Triple Esports. DOD, the one that was just on our screen, Hunter, the player from the side. This team needs to pick up their pace. They have been trying, but they now really need to start delivering that in style. And Miracle, of course, he's on a high horse. He got the MVP from the previous game. He was the final man from the TX Esports who was able to dominate against a 2-man army, 3-man army from the side of TUF. So a perfect approach from the side of TUF. Miracle from 3x. But right now, again, as so perfectly mentioned by Shadow, that point will not be given to him or his team. The knock itself will not be given at all. But that is what we are to anticipate in the first few minutes of the game itself, as we do have 52 Esports Hassan OP on our screens. And the first few minutes, we know for a fact all the teams, they try and just get that loot set up for themselves so that they can prepare for the upcoming savagery that's going to be brought on this map of Miramar.
Well, certainly, the blood is going to be there. The desert is going to turn red in a matter of few minutes. But right now, every single team is trying to gather as much resources as they can get, because in the end, in the final circles, it all comes down to which weapon you have, how many resources, throwables you have in your hands. You better have level 2, level 3, especially when it comes to Miramar. If you have a level 3, there is a certain advantage, because I know for sure there are certain sniper lovers who go for that AWM, if not AWM, at least in M24. That's where the level 3 gear is going to come handy.
Absolutely. And in fact, in the previous Miramar itself, we did just see Mini also being utilized, definitely. And Mini again is, well, again, I definitely prefer the Mini, and the way we can just tap on along to get those shots absolutely pristinely set up, right? Again, keeping us away from the absolute pristine players and skills that players, of course, have. Mini actually allows you to be a little bit more safer in terms of your approach, but at the same bit of time, yeah, these players, they of course are relentless in all of that, and they definitely have the skill to be able to showcase that, as we did just see from FS's player Mom2. He was getting himself a Mini. And of course, for now, as we move across from the one team to the next, we've got North Esports, NES, the team that walked away with the chicken dinner in the previous Miramar that we witnessed today itself.
Well, certainly. Talking about circle blotter. This time we are witnessing a northern eastern circle. That means El Hazar is going to be the epicenter, exactly where R3D Esports players are present. That means they're already in a very good position. But talking about the teams that are gathering on the northern side, also they can easily just wait out for few circles, gather a good position, potential position to get a winner win chicken dinner. But my concern are for all those teams that are trying to move from the side of Los Leones. Look at the cluster
Yep.
that is happening over there. Three teams right in the city of Los Leones, and so many teams are also trying to rotate from the western side. That's where all the third parties, fourth parties are gonna happen, and teams are going to lose out on the players. That means teams who are on the northern side or the center position are right now are in the advantage.
They definitely are. For now, they are. But again, keeping in mind that this being the first zone, it is going to get, well, quiet before it gets messy, I think. Because compared to how these teams dropped in the previous Miramar to now, they definitely are a lot scattered. They have definitely given a lot more thought based on how the other teams fanned themselves out in the previous game. They, of course, have seen how the teams have divided themselves in the previous map of Miramar. This time around, the fanned out approach is being showcased from their side. So, therefore, I said that this few minutes, it is going to be a slow pace approach from these teams. But again, it is the battleground, and that too of the Pakistan region in this game of PUBG Mobile, you know for a fact it is going to get very, very chaotic. But at the same point in time, as Shadow did mention, 52 Esports, apologies there, has moved away, and they're going to be taking a southern exit from that area. So at least one team gets out from that Los Leones approach that we were just hoping for.
Well, certainly. In fact, talking about the team that are so far away from the circle, one of them is going to be Team BABLU, who are somewhere in the city of Wale Dilmar. And as Fixes and you also mentioned, Team BABLU, they have changed their game style. Rather than playing on the edges, they are always going for the late rotation. This time also, they are going for the late rotation. But when it comes to Miramar, Team BABLU, I think they're used. There was a saying back few years back that Team BABLU owns Miramar. So this team knows the terrain and geography of the Miramar. They know how to rotate, even if it is a late rotation coming in. So I think they'll find themselves in the safe spot, because all the cluster that is happening around graveyard will get cleared out, and they'll find an open field and open pathway inside the circle. But talking about Team Freestyle, well, they are having a decent performance.
Oh, they are. They're looking pristine in terms of their approach, definitely. And just to add on to what you were mentioning about BABLU as well, I think ek nahi leher is what we anticipate from there. And that is what they are showcasing, simply put, right? Because as you so mentioned, there was a time that was the slogan and the known map from their side. But they have to change that approach to be able to sustain themselves in that. And now that is exactly what we're witnessing, which is definitely perfect and awesome. But they need to keep delivering that again and again, and that is what they're doing today in style. But do not, I do not want to talk more about it because I've jinxed it twice already, so I'm not going to talk about them and move on to another fight altogether, where we do have 3x's Miracle taking on those Praise along with his teammate Tyrant, and there we have it. They are going to be completely annihilating Stylo from the side of TFD, and this is quite a sad start, perhaps, from the side of Team Faulty Devils right there, because Styler, he was just making his rotation, but that is where this map of Miramar gets you. If you are not careful, you are definitely an easy target to be spotted on upon, because the map is so very open, and if teams are around, if your opponents are around in the vicinity, then automatically you know for a fact that you are going to be sprayed on upon, and if you're not careful, perhaps be dusted from the lobby altogether.
Well, totally agreed. Miramar is not a map where you can afford to be out there in the open for a very long time. With that, one of the player is going to get knocked on from the side of Team Grounders. Let's see if his teammates can come in time and revive Shaptar over there, because they are right there in the vicinity. But with that, Triple E, Psycho, and Rex are also going for the flank angles. The way they are trying to converge all the players from different directions. Looks like Triple Esports are looking very good in this close combat. But from there, Noki is going to shoot in the direction of multiple players, but he was out there in the open, and Reeks with that off angle is going to push him away in the safety of the cover of the ridges. That means Triple D Esports, all the 4 players are safe for now, but can't say the same thing for the players of T20.
Oh, what a play this has turned out to be. Sadly, not the case that R3D anticipated right there. Knock is a player that I've been talking about since the start of the day, but seems like he's the one who's going to be knocked this time around from the side of Triple Esports. And that again is nothing taken away, because at the same point of time, Triple Esports, they needed these points. It was hard time they needed these points, and now they are delivering that in style. A synergistic approach is what we're looking at from the side of this team. The way that they flanked themselves and created that, of course, fanned out approach to confirm that one finish point and elimination point was perfect, and that is what they need to keep on doing again and again. But on the other front, we do have TFD's Cairo on the run towards the final player, not the final player, but the other players of R3G for now.
Well, certainly R3G right now, they are not looking very good, but same goes for the players of TFD. They lost one of the player in the very get-go of the game. Right now, they have to approach the game a little safely, because 4v4 battle, you're already outnumbered. You have to make sure you have the perfect ridges and the cover for yourself. But talking about this particular team, R3G, well, they lost two of the players. Like you also said, this was not the start they were hoping for. Even in the overall standings, also, they are not looking very good. So every single game is going to matter a lot for this particular team. Right now, they are going for a very, I'll say, long rotation from the outside of the safe circle, hoping for a safe pathway from the northern side inside the circle. Let's see if they can find that safe compound for themselves. But Triple Esports, 2 finish points already to their name, looking very good.
They are looking good. In fact, they're looking decent, but I just hope that they keep delivering this sort of a play, this attitude play. That is what I'll say that they needed, and that is what they are delivering right now. And of course, alongside all of that, when it comes down to the points is what the game is going to be drawn out towards. And as we bring out the point conversation itself, 52 esports on our screens, moving away from one compound to the next, making that rotation. And of course, along with that, same was the case from the side of Triple Esports, and of course from TFD as well. As Cairo, we saw earlier, he was very close on the tail of Triple Esports, but it seems like now Triple Esports have found a compound that they can call theirs, and TFD, they are none the wiser, because now they're going to have to fall back towards another safety net. But looking at the minimap, they're getting outside the zone. TFD's Leon is going to be ready with the AKM. He's not going to push on, he's going to fall back to get into the cover, and Rex all by his lonesome with the UMP approach with the silencer is going to be pushing on to take on those shots. But the AKM, can the AKM spot him? No, will not be the case, because Rex will change just in time to bring in that dominating phase against that player, and all of that is thanks to the way the player played. But boy, oh boy, that is an aggressive, valiant effort that was showcased from the side of the team. But indeed, in all of that, it is Triple Esports sadly taken a knock right there. TFD not looking good as well, because one of their players is not Leon. He will be hopefully getting a revival pretty soon, but will that be enough? Because the Blues is going to be catching up to them. 1200 meters is what they need to cover, and right on it is going to be the players of Triple Esports.
Team TFD, they have a lot on their plate. Leon is already bleeding to his death, although his teammate was right there to the rescue. But there were shots that were coming from the multiple directions from the side of Triple Esports. So TFD, they are crumbling down, and there is no help right now for the fallen comrade. Rafe has to run away, have to make inside the safety of the circle. Otherwise, the team will face an elimination. The fourth team to get eliminated, they can become. That's where Rafe need to find the safety of the cover. But Triple Esports, the one are dominating. No, they are starting this game. 4 finish points already to their name. On the other side, talking about H2E, Johnny, since he's shooting relentlessly in the direction of the few players. Let's see if he can find multiple knocks. But because he successfully found one knock, but unable to find a confirmation.
Absolutely, for now, it is going to be H2E's Johnny Skins with his Karel. Absolutely perfect and pristine sprays coming in from his side. And it is sad to see how the side of Quantum Rage are caught out in the open. And in all of that, they're just not able to deliver the kind of play that we anticipated from their side. And in doing so, it is H2E's play that will be made, because they are going to be able to dominate and get those points for themselves. And in doing the side of course, the opponent is going to go down. Sirius going to try his level best to stand true and tall, but for how long? Quantum Rage in a very serious, troublesome position they find themselves. Today, the day itself for Quantum Rage has not been good, but overall, can they get out of this position? The smoke wall has been created. Sirius will be able to get that revival for this teammate. Third zone caught up to them, so the damage will be dished out from the Blues, as the Blues catch up to not only the Quantum Rage players, but their opponents as well. So now we'll have to see how important is for H2E to get those points, or are they going to try and prioritize the zone? Because it's just the third zone, and it seems like H2E will definitely be prioritizing those points for themselves as they do bring down, well. Sirius takes himself down, will not give away the point. All right, Quantum Rage, we see what you did. That is very definitely a decent try. But overall, again, in a back-end position is what Quantum Rage has been throughout the day. As we push on to the final two players remaining, Goku and Spark, who have made the rotation, or rather trying to make the rotation. Right in front is, of course, going to be the zone, but it's going to be BABLU, who's going to be right in front of their screens. Pika, OP, not going to be able to get away. But, of course, Goku, he has been knocked. The Blues is going to do the damage, and the deed is done. BABLU out of that position to get away into the safety net of the zone for now.
Even Spark also, he's out there in the blue. He has to make inside the circle. Team BABLU also dealing with the brunt of the blue. Pan is trying to move inside the safety of the circle, but he has to deal with another team that are waiting right at the edge of the circle. That is going to be MGS, Magnus Esports, if I'm not wrong, and they're already trying to knock down the players and get a confirmation also on Johnny Sin. So that means multiple third parties are happening right now, but Team BABLU, they have to move inside the circle, and it's not easy for them because Quraysh Esports, I'm sorry, it is MGS, Quraysh Esports, that is trying to stop them in their tracks with that grenade. Team Wood finds a knock on tonight. That is going to be a blessing in disguise for the players of Team BABLU, and Malik also finds a knock somewhere else on the map. The way the players of Quraysh Esports are a little spread out, that also means a bit double trouble for Team Wolf.
Well, that's going to be Magnus on our screens that BABLU is trying to deal with, as we do have Knight going down and Faster up on top, Dolan on the back, Finisher on the side. The flank angle that Faster has been able to create, he's all by his lonesome. So a tough luck situation that he's going to have to deal with all by his lonesome, because Dolan is going to be busy to get his teammate revived. And on the other side, it's going to be BABLU's players, Zabian going back down thanks to the Blues. This is unexpected. Pika OP has also been sprayed on upon. This is a tough affair for BABLU to deal with, because this is something that Miramar haunts you with when you're out in the open, or rather when you're out behind a ridge and you do not expect a team to come in from the 6 and the rear and the flank, and that is exactly what's happening against the players of BABLU, sadly, as of now. And all of that, though, Pan is still surviving, Team Wolf is still surviving. We still do have an opportunity for Pika OP to maybe be given that revival, but can they get themselves close to Pika's position? Because again, like we said, it is behind a ridge, out in the open. On the other side, it is going to be FS's fight against the players of North Esports, and Wasi, he is surrounded, he has nowhere to go. Wasi goes down, Roshan goes down from North Esports as well, but on the back end, it is going to be North Esports who still can deliver just the smoke wall that is helping out positioning of FS, but it's going to be Mom2, and Mom2 does not deal anything but damage with his UMP, and that's exactly what he'll do. And same can be said from the side of Zarbaf as well, as Zarbaf stands true and tall for FS where it was needed the most, because Maxi is the only player surviving from North Esports, and all he can do now is fall back.
Well, totally agreed. Maxi has to fall back, but can he fall back? That's the main question, because he's surrounded by not just one, so many teams. From far away, Hunter was trying to do a third party, gets taken down. Let's see if a confirmation might be coming in any minute or not. On the other side, FS Monto, like you said, he has been knocked out, and FS was trying to get the confirmation through a vehicle, and they are going to pay the price, as Vasi will get taken down from the moving vehicle. And with that, North Esports also bids bye-bye at the 15th position, and Zarbaf is going for the rescue onto his fallen comrade. Wasi will be back on his feet, and with that, Triple Esports are also right in front of them. Let's see if a fight is going to happen anytime, because they are looking good, 4 finish points, but they are outnumbered in this particular fight. On the other side, Khatir with that UMP 45 gets a confirmation also on the last player of Team QR, and QR bids bye-bye at 14th position.
Absolutely, and what a play, what a dominating play this is turning out to be. A chaotic mess, in fact, is what it's turning out to be right here on this map, because so many of these players have been fallen down back because of the Blues. So many teams stayed out for long to take on those, of course, revenge and as well as those points for themselves, but sadly, as they did, they themselves were knocked thanks to the Blues, and thus are left with 12 teams at the 19-minute marker on this map of Miramar for the 4th game of the day, as H2E's Kian and of course his teammate are going to try and hold on this small little shack for themselves. Tarzan's going to be inside, and this is where they have found themselves a little bit of a breather for now at least. But once again, if we look at that top right hand side mini map, We've got R3D on our screens. They are in the green. They're going to take on those shots. And right in front of them, they do not know, but right behind the ridge is H2E patiently waiting. H2E themselves are not inside the zone as of yet. They are holding on steady because they found a compound, and the safety net is what they're holding on steady for. 52 Esports taking on shots against the players of course, Metershot, and Metershot is being damaged from individual directions, as we also did see the players of TG take on those sprays against them, thus leaving them with just few players surviving. In fact, none players at all, as they get eliminated. 10 teams surviving as of now.
And R3D made the mistake of rushing towards the side of Team H2A, now paying the price as 3 of the players, not just 3, make it 4. All the players of Team R3D Esports has been eliminated, and Team H2A, their victory is going to be short-lived because right now they have grabbed the attention of so many other teams. Also, one of the players has been taken from by BABLU, Pika, OP with that F16 is trying to shoot in the direction of the players of Team 52 Esports. Managed to find one knock. Can he find the second knock as well? That's the main question. I think he can, because the smoke right now is denying him the vision onto the 2 players of Team 52 Esports, but the other 2 players are trying to provide the support to their fallen comrade. Rescue mission is undergoing on the players of Team 52 Esports. Pika, OP, he's a stubborn man. He's trying to go for the confirmation, but right now he's getting shots from some other place.
Absolutely, that's the teammates behind from 52 Esports that are given that cover fire, and this is the small little area that Team BABLU are stuck at. Of course, Team Wolf along with Pika are going to try and run on, but of course, Pika was already being sprayed on upon, and Pika, as soon as he got out of that smoke, he was sprayed on and he was brought down thanks to 52 Esports. At the same point of time, the grounders are also making shots of their own and making their presence known, but 52 Esports, they have a very huge undertaking at themselves. They have 4 finishes, 4 finish points, defeat points. Along with that, they do have all 4 players standing. They need to be able to convert this into a really good positioning, because right now they're at the edge. And if we talk about towards the center side, well, there are so many teams that 52 Esports are going to have to deal with as soon as they try and make a rotation to get into the center.
In fact, 52, I8 and Grounders are the only 3 teams which are all the 4 players alive in the lobby. That means they have the numbers advantage. But 52, Darku is taking the brunt of the view, trying to move inside the circle. He's grabbing a lot of attention because of that vehicle, but the little bridges, the dips are going to help him out, and he's going to make it inside the safety. But somewhere the players of Team 40, they have a compound for themselves. They have the best of the best position to get a chicken dinner as well, and gatekeep the players of 52 Esports, make it difficult for them to move inside and get few finish points as well. Qwerty can get few finish points. Daku, the minute is going to peek in the open. Qwerty players are ready with their guns to knock down the players, and exactly that is happening as Spain is going to get taken down and make it 2, as Hassan also gets taken out from the equation, and 52 right now they are crumbling down.
I almost thought 52 Esports made it because they were so very careful behind those ridges. But little did they know, Team Qwerty, being so very patiently waiting in the compounds, were eagerly going to be spraying them upon as soon as they spotted even a pixel. And that's exactly what Qwerty's players did. In doing so, they've been able to accumulate, of course, 3 defeat points for themselves. And the safety net of the compound, even though they're at the edge of the zone, they are not going to be leaving this anytime soon. They're going to be waiting till the last minute the blues catches up to them. But in all of that, we also cannot forget that I8 is still part of this entire fray. I8 is still part of the entire battleground, with all 4 players still standing true and tall. So it is going to be a very tough conversion for the grounders or the I8 players as well to walk away with this chicken dinner, because both these teams are keeping a keen eye out to get this confirmed for themselves. But which one will it be? And all of that, all of said well and dust, but all of that can be kept aside because we still do have Finisher and his team eagerly but patiently waiting. And Magnus Esports, yeah, they are not going to be deterrent anytime soon because of their positioning. And of course, the positioning along with the approach that they've got. 6 defeat points. Okay, never mind that, because it seems like Triple Esports this time around, finally in the second last game, they've made their presence felt, but not in front of that DBS. You cannot be faster than that, and that's exactly faster from Magnus is going to be indicating to get the position as well as the dream of Triple Esports annihilated.
Well, certainly, but right now they are getting eliminated. They are falling down because Esports are going to be the one that is going to eliminate them. Not just a few minutes, few seconds. The minute Magnus Esports eliminated one of the team, their victory was very short-lived because Esports finished them at fourth position. But a very good finish points, elimination points they are having in their hands. 14 finish points, that is a very good point. But talking about I8 Esports, they have the safety of the circle, they have the majority of the control of the final circle. This is their game. But on the other side, talking about 3x Esports, they have 3 players, and the way Miracle is cooking up a grenade, this can be a deadly grenade for one of the players. But before that, his own teammate Kratos gets taken down.
IQ, what an IQ play that was from I8 right there. A perfect flank coming in. As soon as he knew that Uzum goes down, he knew exactly the position and the area with which this team, the opponent team, could be firing upon. And that was, of course, none other than 3x's players. And 3x's players themselves were damaged a little bit. But in all, it is going to be I8's play now because they need to get that revival. And as soon as they do, once again, the fight is going to be between them and the players of the Grounders. And in this fight that they took against the players of 3x, look at Grounders. They have easily walked out of the compound, out in the front of I8. Now I8, IQ as well as Ghost, it all falls upon them. That much more for Ghost because he's already got that smoke wall created for a cover. But that cover can also be a deterrent because that will clearly indicate towards the players of the Grounders as to where the opponents are.
Well, certainly, but the smokes, like I8 is deploying, the smokes are a two-way sword. They are going to provide you cover, but they are also going to give away your position. But in the final circle, the way these smokes are going to help, this is going to be the game changer. The way I8 is closing in the distance towards the side of Grounders, IQ is going to take down one of the player, and he managed to get the confirmation as well. Yes, he managed to get the confirmation as well, takes down Sharper as well. That means Grounder is surviving with the last player. That is going to be Boy. Even Boy, let's see what he's going to do. 3 teams, and team I8 is looking very strong right now.
I8 looking very comfortable. Uzum, the man who was down, who has already been given that revival. 7 defeat points already confirmed. Mr. Black is going to be very, very close to get that revival towards the player, of course, of the Grounders who was already down. That was Zito, I believe. But on the other Black, and as was mentioned by Shadow, we do have, of course, Evil Boy as well, who's eagerly waiting to get some lead sprayed into the, of course, chests of I8. But Blade is ready. Blade is prepped. And, of course, so are his teammates. It all boils down to how these two teams are going to be playing it all out. But in all of that, the X factor being 3x's players, they are just so very patiently waiting on the flanks. They're just patiently not letting anybody know where they're at. I8 knows where they went, but they cannot deter from this fight because this fight they are going to have to finish before they can take care of 3x. And 3x could be the X factor who could steal this chicken dinner from both these teams.
No, because they are letting the other 2 teams fight among each other. They're just waiting patiently. Let the 2 teams fight. We are heading for the winner chicken dinner. We'll deal with the last 2 remaining players of whichever team that survives right now. But I8 is going for the revival rescue onto his fallen teammate. That is going to be Ghost. Ghost is going to be back on his feet. That means the numbers advantage with the players of I8 are having still going to be with them. And on the other side, TG Grounders, one of the player comes out in the open, takes a lot of damage from the side of Blade. Let's see if it can Blade knock him down as well. But team I8, right now they have to be very careful because from the backside, any minute if 3S decides to join the party, they are going to eliminate the players, multiple players of team I8 Esports.
Well, 10 seconds more and we are shifting towards another zone, and then we will know exactly which side this fight is going to be dictated and which team is going to be, that will be, of course, given and awarded that chicken dinner. Because if it goes down towards 3x, then we know for a fact that TG, the Grounders as well as I8, they are going to have to battle it out because right now they have the cover of the ridges behind them. But as soon as they get away from this area, and it seems like they are because IQ's IQ play has pushed him along, and Evil Boy was just there at the flank angle, and 3x is going to be utilizing the opportunity with the AKM. Miracle is going to try his level best to take on those shots, but sadly the numbers advantage goes in favor of I8 and they will stop 3x's player Miracle. But again, that finish point has still not been confirmed, so 3x's Miracle can still very well be given that revival.
Well, it can be happen, but before that, Ghost with that MK14 is going to put the final bullet in his ahead and eliminate him, and Evil Boy with that UAV 45 eliminates, goes the last player and gets a winner chicken dinner for not just for himself, for his teammate, for his team as well. A very good gameplay coming from the side of Team Grounders, and if I'm not wrong, Grounders also got 4 chicken dinners in the spring season, out of which 3 were in the map of Miramar. So Miramar is one of the strong map, and they proved it again by getting 6 elimination points and total of 21 points. A chicken dinner, well, a good gameplay coming from the side of Team Grounders.
Absolutely. So very perfectly played from the Grounder side. It was not an easy one, though. It was definitely not an easy one, but they stood tall and true to the position that they were in. Even though they were at the receiving end at that moment, it seemed like they were just pouncing on upon, but the Grounders, they did not deter. The numbers advantage were favoring I8, but they still did not deter. It was all thanks to the X factor of 3x's miracle push that happened, and that in turn helped out TG, the Grounders, to walk away with that perfect chicken dinner. But an amazing Miramar game is what once again this turned out to be, because a chaotic one it definitely was, but so many individual fights that we were able to witness, and also so many individual different sort of skills and strategies were being witnessed right here from these teams in the lobby. But with that, Shadow, let's go on a short little break, viewers. We'll be right back with the final game of the day. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. You're first watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Fall Split 2022, as it's getting exciting than ever. This time the ground is just stealing that chicken dinner away from the clutches of Team I8. But what a matchup that was, Shadow, because I was watching from the sidelines and I was getting restless of what was really happening. Let's take a look at the MVP and find out who was the most impactful, who was the most valuable player. Despite having lost out on the chicken dinner, Blade still manages to prove his mettle.
Well, certainly, Blade with from the side of IA, 3 eliminations, total damage that he was dishing out 762. That is a pretty high number. That means he was playing a very good game. He was playing the role of the Salter very well. In fact, he survived for a very long time as well. 26 minutes 59 seconds. That is almost close to 27 minutes. Good position points as well for him and his team.
No, I really loved how I8 really approached the circle, right? But you know, it was just not about Blade over here. He was the MVP, nothing taken away. But let's take a look at the other players who also did manage to rack up some heavy numbers, the heavy hitters. Can't really rule out Boost. He was amazing as well. Even IQ, Miracle. I think he has been making those big plays. Even in the previous game of Sanhok, we did witness him trying to steal away that one. But Hassan OP, even a respite, you can say, for 52 esports, especially being the defending champions coming into the fall split. Haven't really had the best of starts, but I think this game is definitely going to earn them a few more points in contention, at least to stay in the top 12 and to fight for that extra Levic bonus map that we do have. But I mean, I really loved everything about this particular game. Magnus really coming out heavy this time, you know, 14 points out of this game. And it was just not about them, right? The circle, Shadow, was towards the eastern side, and it was so difficult to contemplate what is really going to happen. You know, few of the teams that had the better of the circle, the Grounders, they were very patient. But yeah, I8 Esports, 9 eliminations, 21 points. They deserve the first spot despite losing out on the chicken. So I believe Shadow is just a little bit off. Maybe sad, maybe because I did not get the chicken dinner, but I think she's gonna make up for it. But yeah, there she is. And yeah, Shadow, I mean, you were casting the game. Magnus Esports, good number of eliminations, 14 points accumulated for them. how do you think has impacted their overall day?
Well, certainly, Magnus Esports were not in the best of the best position overall standings. They were sitting on the 10th position. Same goes for the players of Team
Yeah.
I8 Esports. They were also somewhere on the bottom of the leaderboard with this gameplay. This kind of gameplay, in terms of placement points, I8 is trying to propel themselves, and Magnus Esports with getting the elimination points, double-digit elimination point, they are going to find themselves in a very good spot in the overall standings. And if the momentum is being not the momentum, with the improvement comes in day number 1 itself,
Yeah.
that means in the coming week or coming days, your matches are going to be much better.
But they certainly are going to be, right? And as we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro movements, it was again a little bit of a slower start this time, pertaining to the fact that the circle went towards those eastern ships. Now, we did have those fights breaking out left, right, and center. You know, all these teams vying to have a really good day number 1, but there were just a chosen few that really could conquer the second map of Miramar that we had at the end of the day.
Well, certainly, I8 Esports, the last player that was standing was Ghost. He didn't realize from where exactly multiple players of Team Grounders came in and eliminated him. Otherwise, I8 Esports, they were picking up fight on the multiple fronts with the players of Team Grounders as well as with the players of Team 3x Esports. Also, 3x, they were sitting quietly, patiently until the final moments when they stepped in and kind of ruined the gameplay of Team I8 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Shadow, I think we both would agree on mutual grounds that the fact that I guess towards the end, I8 did take a lot on their plates, right? Especially with choosing which fight they wanted to, because they knew that the Grounders did have that little bit of a ridge to play around, and you had the boys from 3x Esports. Now, they had divided attention over there, and that is where those knocks did come in. IQ, I love for the opening that he created, but nothing really followed up, because right after he got traded off, and the same exact moment, I mean, 3x knew that this is our cue to push. If we need to break down the likes of R8, we have to make a move, and they applied pressure from the top, and the Grounders also just kept battering them down to the point where they had nothing else to fight for. But taking a look at the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, Team TUF find themselves very comfortably on the top spot with the Grounders getting a lot of ground over here. You know, 7 position points up top. They have propelled themselves to the second spot. And 3x Esports, I mean, who would have thought, you know, despite having such a shaky start, and indeed I believe this was the last game that they did play out, and ending up at the third position, we still have one more game to play. I think they would be pretty impressed considering the teams below them, and you would not expect them to be there where they are.
Well, certainly, like you said, in the very first game, they got nothing, 0 position points, and they were the second team, 15th position. They were eliminated. Right now, they are on the 3rd spot. A very good gameplay coming in from their side, and for the players of I8 and Megan Esports, so are the players of Team BABLU also, because BABLU in the very first match, yes, they had a very good outing, but second match and the third match, they started fizzling out somewhere, getting 8 points and a single kill point, elimination point in their hand. So I think they are looking very good in the overall ranking right now.
Someone who's not really looking good has to be Quantum Rage, right? Just 1 point accumulated out of 3 matches played. Even TmwEsports, despite getting all those elimination points that they have accumulated across the 3 games that they had, haven't really been getting those positions that they would indeed want to. And 52 Esports, not a spot that they would want to be, but yeah, I mean, they've been having a decent run, especially in this previous matchup of Miramar. But Metershot Sky, again, this is one of those teams that we did touch upon when Blotter and I were casting, that you know, this is one of those teams to really look out for. R3D, again, another one of those teams, the OGs, as you might consider, did not have quite a good start, right? But still, you know, it's all about playing your 20 games, and all you have to do right now is stay in the top 12, focus on getting that extra points out of the bonus points, try to finish at as high a position as possible, because for the grand finals, those bonus points are definitely gonna be coming out handy for them. But overall, I mean, this was of course the first game that you did cast, and you've seen, or rather casted, the other iterations of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. You know, you've seen South Asia. What did you love about Pakistan firsthand?
Well, all the teams are aggressive. They never rely on the position points. They always go for the elimination points, the defeat points, because it doesn't matter if it's a situation of third party. If you have to transition into compound and grab that compound for yourself, these teams are always ready to do so, and that is something I love about Pakistan region.
We do, but certainly have to segue into the final game of the evening. Yeah, it does break my heart because, well, we barely just got started, and now it is done and dusted for teams from Group A, right? 52 Esports, Team BABLU, Magnus Esports, 3x Esports are not going to be contending for the same. And Team BABLU did have a really good start. You know, they were packing that punch, but it all came down to how did you how you would really maintain yourselves. Something that they slipped upon, but we're gonna cut them some slacks. They're still, you know, higher up in the order, but you know the way they started with the shebang, and suddenly I was starting to wonder if, you know, this is it. This is the BABLU that, you know, we've been waiting for, yearning for ages, and Pan definitely has to be one of the latest revolutions. And same goes even with Team I, like you mentioned, right? I mean, they did come out as one of the strongest contenders. They don't have the best of start, but somehow have managed to redeem themselves in this game of Miramar.
Well, certainly the teams are trying to redeem themselves in the very first day. That's a good thing coming out from so many teams. But talking about the team that started on a very good note, the Faulty Devils, they got a chicken dinner in the first game itself. Right now, they're standing on the 10th position in the overall standing. That's why they need to step up right now, because if they start fizzling out on day number 1, day number 2, teams are going to come prepared. They know your strat somewhere. They have a read on you, little bit read on you. Day number 2 coming back on the top is little difficult.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm not going to take that away because, yes, I felt that. And this is another thing that we've seen happen a lot in the Pakistan region, right? If my memory serves me right, I do not know if I'm 100% sure, but I'm going to call this out because the first chicken dinner in this spring split, I guess, was taken by the boys from Magnus. And ever since we had such high hopes, and they certainly did not live up to it. But this time we have a different Magnus. Surely they're not playing in this lobby. We're going to see more of them tomorrow. As ladies and gentlemen, it is the final game of the evening. And from where the storm is brewing, really, the flight path trajectory gives me that little bit of a, feeling in my heart. This could be that Southern Circle that we absolutely love.
Oh no, I hate southern circles. I'm tired of southern circles. I want to see a northern circle somewhere around Stelber area or little island between Rozek and the northern island. Somewhere between that would be very interesting. If it has to go somewhere south, better go towards the side of Kori.
I mean, okay, alright, I agree with you, but you're just being very ruthless here. Imagine the circle goes all the way up north and suddenly teams are like, what on earth is happening? Now we've got to take those vehicles. Anyways, the aggression had been punched up so much. It's going to be so difficult for them, right? Especially when you all are going to be taking your vehicles. We've been witnessing, a few of those teams loving to play that central strategy, right? Just go sit at the heart of the circle. Just pray that the circle comes on you. Try to defend as much as possible. But we do have a little bit of changes here and there. We do have quite a lot of teams dropping off at the southern area, right? Shadow! What did you have for lunch? Because your wishes have been granted, miss. I mean, of course, not the Stalber circle that you were hoping for, but shooting range, I take that with open arms.
I love it if it falls somewhere towards the side of Rozok, because teams are going to be very confused whether to move, rotate towards the shooting range, Siverni area, or just hold on to Rozok or Ruins area, or maybe apartments, because that confusion kind of gives you defeat points. Also, if you're the aggressive team in the lobby, you're going to get so many defeat points from the best position. In these kind of circles, all you have to do is just go for a primary loot, get the weapons, and go for the golden spot inside the circle. Hold on to that position, and the secondary loot is going to come from the crates of the enemies that you are going to defeat.
Yeah, I mean, right, like you said, right? We did have few of those teams just anticipating it to be a southern circle, right? And TmW did drop down. We did have Quraysh also taking that plunge downstairs. Of course, Meteorshot X Sky, they've always been going towards Nova Repnoy, nothing cutting it out from there. But this is where, even for the likes of I8, it's going to be so tough, right? Especially with so many teams around them to traverse around after looting. They'll have to be really late, but we do have a fight already breaking out. Quantum Race, they've not had the best of starts, but this is where they want to turn their fates around. But seems like that's not going to happen this time as well. as Team Star. They just go bouncing in, get that early finish. First blood has been drawn.
Well, first blood has already been drawn, and Team Star is going to be very happy because they have got one defeat point for themselves. And right, they are on the edge of the circle also. They're trying to go for the loot on the smaller compounds and then move inside the circle. That's a very good approach in these kind of circles because most of the teams that have dropped somewhere on the military base island or towards the southern side, they are already busy looting on the compounds. This is the opportunity you have. You can go for the northern rotation, early rotation, and grab a potential spot for yourself and just hold on to it. And having multiple vehicles in your hands is definitely going to come handy if it's an open circle.
Oh, it certainly will be. And we've sort of been acquainted to the fact that players love a lot of vehicles for them. We've seen those really ridiculous strats, usually the flanker using the buggies. We do have one dash here, we have a few US, depending on how you really want to approach. We've seen teams mostly opting for 3 vehicles. Sometimes, in the other regions, like if you talk about the Southeast Asian region, we do get to see those, 4 vehicle strategies. But regardless, I mean, for how the day has been so far, Quraysh Esports, they've had their moments, but nothing really stellar, nothing really standing out. I mean, this could be the game where they redeem themselves, but from what I can really observe here is that yet to get some decent loot, because look at Rafe, he barely has any first aid. It's that level 1 armor which is barely non-existential. At least you need to have that level 2, and the biggest problem for them is their timing, where they need to get inside the circle. Right now they have to make that hard choice. Is it going to be very late? Because if they do that, they are going to be making themselves prone to the idea of bridge camping by a few other teams, which might really happen. But if they rotate early on, they need to find those vacant compounds where they can get their loot from, and that's a really dicey situation to be in.
Certainly it is, especially when there is this other team that is also lurking nearby, especially North Esports. Maybe they can go for the aparts nearby the school. They are up for the grabs. There is no team present. They can go for the secondary loot as well, because I see Amir has got only 1 medkit, no bandages, no healings at all in his hands. That means the team needs the secondary loot, and apartments is the perfect place to go for that. But the 2v2 split, make it 2v1 versus 1 split that is coming from their side. Is it a good one? That is questionable, because R3 Esports is also lurking nearby.
Oh, they certainly are, right? And now at this moment, like you said, I'm pretty sure they're aware of each other's positioning, right? They do know where R3D drops, even R3D knows where North Esports usually drops. But TmW, I really like the transition from their side. Now, we do have that map feed with us, we are special people, lucky people. And they're starting to rotate pretty early. But you've seen the circuit, right? This is something that you somehow wanted it to be, a northernish circle. Well, your wishes have been granted. But again, at the very crux of it, it is a hybrid circle at the very end. We have seen the gods of PUBG Mobile play with all the hearts of the players. Because the moment you anticipate the circle might be going, or rather taking shifts towards the northern side, suddenly you get that slammy, it goes all the way down south. So what do you think? It's going to end up top north, or it's going to just end somewhere around the ruins or the Rozok area?
I would love it if it ends towards ruins or Rozok, but Team Star Esports is one of the teams that is anticipating it is going to end on the northern side, because they've already gone for the Severny area. They have complete control of the Severny. Well, they are going to be rewarded for at least next 2 circles. I'm hoping for that. But another team that is also going for an early rotation is going to be players of Team QE Esports, going from the bridge. But at least they know there are other teams that are also present in the close proximity.
Ooh la la, Shadow, I think we're gonna witness a bridge camp, and I'm gonna love that, because Clown, he's aware, or maybe not. It just broke my heart. Yeah. I mean, I was really expecting, they'd bring that fight against Metershot X Sky, get those early finishes, but that quite did not happen. I mean, with the kind of a spark that we had in the first 3 games, slowly but surely the aggression level is kind of reducing, but we do have Leon getting the better out of the players of Regicide. As Nocto, he's just trying to somehow thwart off the push. Maybe might get that knock with that grenade he lobbed over, but Styler makes it out of harm's way. He's still alive, but Vaz has that little bit of a high ground. And this is something really concerning for TFT, because Cairo, look at him taking massive amounts of damage.
Well, he is taking a lot of damage from the side of R3G. I think R3G, they have a good cover for themselves, especially one of the players still holding on to the compound area. The other player has gone for the flank angle, taking the height advantage. That is going to provide so much information onto the players of Team TFD on the other side. TFD, they are out there in the open, not the best position to take a fight against a strong team in the lobby, especially in the blue. And right now, they are paying the price as Cairo is going to be taken down. He's brought down on his knees. A confirmation might be coming in any minute. But on the same side, Regicide was also losing out on the players. That means both these teams are picking up an unnecessary fight.
Oh, they are, and that's kind of concerning for both of them, right? Because take a look at Regicide. They want vengeance, nothing else. Because you would either way have no business, just getting even more further away from the blue zone, and for all the good reasons, right? But look at Vaz. I mean, at this particular moment, I would love the players of TFT just to push on him, and indeed that has happened. And this nade could do some hefty amount of damage. Somehow, Vaz successfully managed to avoid it, but Leon, he is not gonna give up. He knows he's just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. It's still that first circle, so nothing really concerning. As Vaz, he is scared. At this point, he might just wet his pants, and there you go. Before doing that, already burnt to crisp. With Regicide having just that one lonesome player surviving, TFT, the Faulty Devils, definitely a bang for the money.
Well, certainly, 5 defeat points already to their name. They have a good loot. They have good resources in their hands, but not enough healing, especially for Leon OP. But maybe in the crates, they can find some bandages and the first aid they need right now. But like you also said, it's just a second circle. They can easily move inside the safety of the circle. But having a look at the mini map, not the mini map, the main map, so many teams are going for the early rotation towards the side of Sivoni. That also means multiple third parties or might happen, or mid rotations are going to be cut off, just like the for the players of Team H2E is happening right now.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, Triple Esports, this is again one of those teams that we did not get to see a lot from. H2E, I mean the only good thing from their side that I witnessed was those DBS knocks, and we love that. We all love when we see a DBS just going out, obliterating your opposition. But coming back, this is what we were talking about, the Pakistani region not really being reluctant from taking fights, not being shy away from engaging in battles, as this time again Quantum Rage up against R3D. Now we've been talking about it, R3D, they've been going through a renaissance, still have managed to hold on to their players. I believe Pika last time was playing from this squad, but this time he's gone back to his roots. He's doing very well there. Team BABLU, but Joker lobbing out that grenade, trying to flush out Malik. Instead will get a beautiful knock, as now next they have to somehow hold off the other players, as there you go, Zarbaf getting a beautiful trade-off, Mom2 again fighting it out, and just in the blink of an eye, freestyle, out of all odds, they've managed to survive and have wiped out TUF.
Well, certainly, and that S12K in the hands of Joker, at that point, he missed quite a few bullets, because when you're picking up a shotgun in your hand, you have to be very sure that you're going to be accurate on the bullets, on the crosshairs, because if you're going to miss a bullet, you're going to get taken down, because the opponent is definitely having an AR. That is where Joker got taken down, but the team FS, they are surviving with 4 defeat points for themselves. They are looking very strong right now. Triple Esports, this time they are being silent because they are out there in the open. They're just trying to grab as much information as they can onto the opponents over there. But talking about R3D Esports in the close vicinity, proximity, not just one team, 2 teams are there.
Oh, 2 teams right in front of them. But what's even better is this airdrop right in front of us. The MK14. I mean, of course, we've had so many new weapons being introduced. Of course, we did have the MG3 followed on by Lynx AMR, but somehow I really go back home. This is home for me, a gun that spills carnage all along, as Johnny Sins felt like he was done for. But I'm pretty sure their position has been given away, just hiding inside the bunkers. Oh, it's gonna be tough if they can make it out of there alive. But talking about the circle shadow, like anticipated, it kind of went up top north, a little bit towards that eastern side, where North Esports do have a really good rotation going on.
Well, they have a good rotation, but the team that is present in the Yasna, they better be careful of the rotation that might be coming from that side, because right now they are looking somewhere on the northern side or the western side of the map. If they are not watching their back, they might get punished. But a team that is having a good compound, they were having a good compound up until now. What TmW, let's see which position they are going to go for. On the other side, I8 Esports is also going for a very late rotation from the extreme northern side, from the blues of the circle. Let's see what's gonna happen.
We will. And in a wee while, I think we'll have our answers to so many questions that's sort of clouding our head and our judgment, because we're all excited to know what really happens. Because Walker, oh, he'd been spotted out. Sirius did manage to land a few shots, but not enough to get that knock. But for now, Quantum Rage has really nothing to worry about, because they're still safe and dandy and handy. Just have to wait out for the next circle shift, as Kurama, his vehicle is already, in fumes. In few more shots, they could have been completely taken down. Now, Kurama did get the first blood inside this particular tournament, but haven't really seen much out of TmW later on. But this time, again, this is again Team Star, which sort of kind of steps up towards those closing phases of tournament. But this time, I'm really hoping that they have a nice start.
But at least they are having a good compound for now, because from the backlines there is no team that is trying to move inside the Siverny area. They have a good compound, good control of a complete Siverny. But the problem is usually in these kind of circles is the circle never forms in Siverny. It always goes away from the Siverny, the urban compounds. That is where the problem will begin for the players of Team Star. But somewhere else, right side, one of the players is holding onto the wizard tower and is becoming a victim of the grenades that are coming from the faulty devils, but somehow is still managing to survive those grenades.
It's a cat and mouse chase going on, right? I mean, Nocto, he's the lonesome survivor. TFT did get the better out of their teammates, and they know they need to get that final nail in the coffin. And somehow, eventually they will. But seems like, they've run out of all those utility and the meds and all that. And they're kind of restricting themselves from going in with that push. It's quite risky, but Nocto would have been really tricky. But it was Cairo towards the end who did manage to lob over there, putting an end to R3G's miseries.
Well, certainly. But somewhere else, I miss... players are also having an upper ground and a height advantage onto the players of Team FS. One of the players is going to get taken down from the play zone. Moto is trying to fight the blue, but Malik is the main player who is surviving those grenades and is taking a lot of damage. He needs to heal up really fast. He's trying to replace some of the good smokes to deny vision to the players of Team MS. But for how long his own teammate is trying to regroup and help him out. But how much help can he do? That's the main question, because from the far lines, Ash is also keeping an off angle in the far vicinity, and the grenade finally connects, takes down Malik. That means no rescue, no help for him right now.
You did mention this in the Miramar game, right? Sometimes the smokes could just prove detrimental for your own sake, and Malik, he was just stuck over there. Elsie knew, who could be hiding behind that little puff of smoke. Let's lob a grenade, and voila, Malik gets knocked, and Metershot X Sky, they come out up top in that particular situation. But Quraysh Esports, they did make some early rotations this time around, somehow have lost out on Rafai and Siddharji. But at this point, at this particular moment, with how things are really heading on towards, like you said, it's been a custom, right? You don't usually get a circle inside of Siverny. It always comes out a little eastern side at that point. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty much standard. I think the teams were well prepared for that. But now, they're starting to make some moves.
But on the other side, two teams are going up against each other. That is going to be Team Star and TmwEsports. Both teams are having each player knocked down, and Miracle also hits ground because of Hunter over there. God Fury going for the close combat, a 1v2 situation, manages to take down one player but goes down himself. Osama is coming for the rescue. Can he help out his teammate? Can he be the survivor player who's going to redeem his team right now? That's the main question. He's going for the rescue mission onto his fallen teammates. So are the players of Team TmwEsports.
Oh, Hunter did give all that important information away, but Osama somehow managing to dodge that grenade as, of course, DOD. They're making some really early moves over here. Rex needs to come out. The moment his teammate did, he got shot from elsewhere. And that really proved very, very damaging for him. But God Fury, he needs that res up. Psycho, I believe, has no idea of where Osama might be at this particular given moment, as he's taking some hefty chunk of damage. But still enough to breathe for the next few seconds. Another one comes in. Still no damage being done. DOD have managed to recuperate themselves in this particular fight, as now Team QWERTY, they decide to push upon the Grounders, the ones who did come out up top in the previous map of Miramar.
Well, Grounders are holding on to a little shack area, and the way Molotovs are being deployed in their direction, it's a matter of time when QWERTY are going to eliminate them unless Team Grounders pull off a miraculous clutch in this situation, because the minute they are going to come out in the open, they are going to be in the crosshairs from multiple directions. But that grenade was deadly that came and took down Voltrox from the side of QWERTY. Now Fortuny Boy is going to retaliate. Can he find a knock? Because he has to go for the rescue mission also onto his fallen teammates. He has a lot on his plate, but Team Grounders, let's see what they are going to do in this situation, because H2E is also in the close proximity.
Oh yeah, I mean H2E have had a decent start so far, but T20 QWERTY, they have to get inside the circle and they need to fight their way in. As we speak of R3D, they've already been eliminated. So overall, not a day that they would want to remember, but we know they need to make that comeback. I think the R3D was indeed one of the invited teams in the PMPL spring, and they could not make a lot out of it. And ever since, now look at Voltrox just spamming away with that DP28. But one knock is all he could have gotten, as now 420 Boy looking at Tarzan, whiffing all those bullets out there.
Well, certainly from that position he can find a knock, but he has to be very careful because he has to move inside the circle. He has to fight a battle against the time, also not just with the players of team H2E. On the other side, Ghost also finds few knock onto the players team Metershot and got a confirmation as well. Thug is still holding on to his crosshair onto the player of QWERTY Khan. The minute QWERTY is going to make any move or come out in the open, Khan and Thug is ready with that man for 162 to pep a few bullets in their direction. Let's see if we can find a knock as well, because right now QWERTY, they have three players with them, no vehicle at all.
No, I really like DOD's positioning. Of course, it's a little bit of a dip, but they have some stable comp found to themselves, as 420 Boy just spraying down. This time does not whiff the spray, manages to get a knock, but what's more important is that they need to get the res back up quickly on the teammates, because the circle is starting to shrink in even more, and it's the 5th zone. You cannot possibly imagine to get a revive over here if you are knocked out. Now Team I8 again coming a little late, but they're not late to the party. Still have managed to get quite a couple of finishes out there, 6 to be precise, as DOD, alright, they're just waiting on, just waiting for someone to be able to take a little bit of a peek and just blow open their skulls.
Well, Voltrox is still holding on to that little shack area, and the players of team H2E are waiting for him to come out in the open because he has a height advantage. The only thing H2E right now can do is deploy a few grenades and molotovs and rely on the throwables rather than pushing aggressively towards his side, because spotting a snake is a little difficult in this kind of situation. And with that, Tarzan also hits the ground. This is the moment when Voltrox can clutch it out, but somewhere else his own teammate goes down because of a vehicle explosion coming from the side of Rex. A+B+C+D Esports, they are looking very good. Like you also mentioned, they have a good compound for themselves. As long as they are able to eliminate the side of QWERTY and H2E, this is their game to lose.
Oh yeah, indeed. Now given this circle shift, right, it kind of goes into the pockets of the players of Team I. But hey, a lot would say, even the last game was theirs to lose, but indeed they managed to lose that one out. But look at Voltrox just bouncing in on the players of H2E, managing to wipe out not just 1, but 2 and 3. So really some good movements and good finishes being collected from his side. As they've decided also to go all over the place. They have the circle, remainder all the other teams are yet to make a move, and sort of an open zone, right? And if Team I8 can capitalize on this, this could be the game that they get the chicken dinner and also rack up a lot of points.
is able to eliminate the players of North Esports, especially the last only player, because one of the player, Maxi, has been taken down. Roshan is the last man. If I'm not wrong, he's standing, and I think I8 can pull it off very easily. They can eliminate the entire southern control of the circle is in the hands of I8 Esports. They can capitalize on that. Somewhere else, Rex finally finds a confirmation or Voltrox, and the team 40 has been eliminated at 7th position. Talking about I8, they have the vehicles, they have the covers, they have everything that is needed in these kind of circles, but the only thing they're lacking right now are the healers. They don't have any first aid or the med kit.
Oh yeah, I mean that's quite an interesting pointer that you've really brought up, right? Because at this point, you know, I8 would ideally want to avoid as many engagements as possible, because yeah, few of their players do have some you know, decent amount of first aids. At least 3 for now would be you know, sufficing for the fact that they really need those points. But TUF, they've also had a really decent day so far. No complaints from their side. Have been playing well. They've been delivering, and you know, every single time you see these players, right, bringing that punch. But TFT, on the other hand, like you were discussing, Shadow, the first day started off really well for them, but eventually towards the end, fizzled out.
Certainly, they started fizzling out, but the team that is definitely not fizzling out is Team QR with 10 defeats in their hands, but only 2 players, as one of the player has been knocked down. Let's see if a revival might be coming at any minute or not. But on the other side, FS also bids bye-bye at 5th position. Right now, the team that is dominating the lobby or looking very strong or aggressive are the players of Team Triple Esports, but they have to move inside the circle. They have no cover for themselves. That is a big problem, but I8 Esports is still relentlessly shooting in the direction of the players of Team TSD.
Yeah, and for all the good reasons, right? They know they've got the best part inside the circle. They've got a little bit of a high ground that they can really capitalize upon. And as we speak, you know, IQ is just racking eliminations left, right, and center. 11 is the number that they've already touched, and this could be potentially 12 or 13 if they just get better out of Styler, which I believe Team I8 has managed to do. And now it just comes down to the final 4. Now, out of the final 4, QR and TFT are just survived with 1 player each, with DOD having 6, but now they also have to get inside the circle. And being on the lower ground with I8 having the higher, it is going to be a mountainous task for them.
Well, certainly it is going to be very difficult, but I8 Esports, the way they are grabbing defeat points, 13 defeat points already to their name, and they're not stopping for anyone. They have the numbers, all 4 men still alive in the lobby. Right now, they have spotted down one of the player of Quantum Rage, if I'm not wrong. In fact, the last player of Team Quantum Rage and Triple Esports. This is a team that can be the ugly thorn for the players of Team I8 Esports, because Hunter already has his eyes onto the players of Team I8, especially Ghost. Now, this time it's going to be IQ. He's trying to shoot in his direction, but the vehicles that the I8 are having for themselves are going to provide little bit of the cover, but somewhere else TFD also bids bye-bye at 4th position.
Yeah, I mean, a decent end for them, considering these 16 points are going to be so valuable for what they've been trying to accomplish. But even the same can be said for Triple Esports. Not the best day so far in the office, but again, you would want to walk home with a little smile on your face, with better hopes for tomorrow, as well, Hunter just spraying down, getting away his position eventually. As I8, there's no stopping them, as Ghost manages to get the better out of Thug. And this is where I8 decide to make a move, but in turn, Blade gets traded out as Hunter right out in the open, and there you go, getting that final elimination, and it is in home for the boys of I8. This time, you know, we were talking about it, right? 18 eliminations instantly propel themselves up to the first spot. For the first 3 games, they were looking a little lousy. You know, they were getting those finish points, but not the position points. But this time, they made sure that they leave no stone unturned and have eventually managed to really come out up top. Something that we really expect out of them. Now, this is not something fancy. This is something that, you know, the I8 fans were waiting for. But just imagine this, Shadow. It was a very northernish circle. They started off in the military base, and despite that, still managed to get a chicken dinner. Amazing.
that's exactly what worked in their favor because all the teams were going for the early rotation. All the commotion, the fight that was happening were on the northern part of the circle or somewhere on the eastern side where teams are trying to rotate from. The southern side was completely empty. If you go for a late rotation, the southern side is up for grabs. It's completely unoccupied. That is where I8 kind of capitalized, and in the final moments also, the 2 or 3 teams that were on the southern side, I8 managed to eliminate them one by one, and the entire real estate was on their name.
Oh, we're going to talk more about that after this short little break. Winner, winner, have your chicken. With, of course, the Oppo F21 Pro. This match is, of course, powered by Oppo, who are the PUBG Mobile Esports official smartphone sponsor in Pakistan. Of course, we've been talking about this phone. I've used that personally, and I'm going to tell you, the experience is amazing. Talking about amazing things, Shadow, you did shed a lot of light upon, how teams were approaching, how important it was for I8 to hold on to the reins and end up at top spot. But I think this game was again sort of a redeeming game or something of that sort, for the likes of DOD and even for the players of TFT, because TFT, of course, after the first game, they were looking really strong. Eventually had a little shaky run, but towards the end of the day, they had a good time. But talking about the MVP, has to be Blade again. I mean, this man is on a whole different level.
Well, second time being the MVP from I8 Esports, Blade, he is doing exactly what is required from him, having finish points. In fact, all the players of I8 Esports are having good finish points, elimination points for themselves, 6 particularly to Blade, 797 damage that he was dishing out, and overall a very good stat coming in from this particular player.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I8 eventually we were seeing that, they had a good start. They were getting those finishes, not the best of positions. But once they did, they never stopped. But taking a look at the other players this time around, again, Quantum Rage is serious. I think he really lived up. 5 eliminations for him. The IGL lose him himself. It's kind of filled with a lot of I8s, but Voltrux also stepping up when we were kind of anticipating that he might just get a little overshadowed, but still stuck onto his horses. It's big team. It's a competitive team. You've got the likes of Gravity. You've got the likes of Khan. So for Voltrux to step out, he's been one of the most reliant players. And seeing him in that list really makes my heart happy and warm. But taking a look at the match rankings over here, of course, it's the 5th match. I8 Esports, 18 eliminations, 15 position points, 33 in total. And this is what we know. They are the favorites. They are playing like the favorites. Did have a shaky start, but eventually recovered. But at the same time, like we said, Quantum Rage, Triple D, then you've got TFT. Such an important game for all these teams as well.
Well, certainly it was important for all these teams, but Triple Esports is one of the teams that was impressing me. Although they have 6 elimination points, but I was expecting kind of a double-digit finish point the way they were having the prime spot in the circle. But from the very start, it was an aggressive gameplay that was coming in. Team FN, well, they started off on a good note, but they couldn't survive for very long.
Yeah, and this is something that we really witnessed. I think the first fight that I really liked was T20 going up against TFT. TFT played like they had nothing to lose. They were really committing for those fights. But this is where I felt, Team Staff would have done a little bit better job. But again, you can't really complain with so many teams around them. You fire those shots, you're giving away your position. The grounders were in a decent spot, but they also knew what fate did await them. Because once you go inside that shack, you never go back. That's the principle of life. As even for T20 QWERTY, I think we did have high expectations from Khan 420 and even from Gravity. They're somehow getting there. Today was, well, for I8, they were all over the place. They did not care. They took that certain areas to their control, and a little bit of a higher ground advantage. And all those other teams that were trying to get inside the circle, they'd have to come in somehow or the other. Triple Esports, they had such a nice spot, but they could not do anything because entering inside the circle, you cannot really do much. As we take a look at the damage graph, Shadow, some good numbers out there.
Well, certainly the team that is leading the charge in terms of damage is Team A+B+C+D Esports. More than 2,000 damage they have been dishing out, and they were getting the eliminations also, 18 elimination in their hands. But talking Triple Esports, this was one of the teams that were picking so many fights. They were giving out so much damage, 1870 damage they were dishing out, but only 6 elimination points. Not something I expected.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly did not expect, but there you have it, right? At this point, for Triple Esports, it was kind of important. And look at where it has gotten them, right at the 8th spot. But for I8 Esports, it's a leap, a 5-position leap to have themselves established and cemented right at the top by the end of this evening. Team TUF did not have the best of the final games, but still will hold on to that second spot. Did lose out to I8 Esports though. But look at QWERTY, right? Has been really consistent in terms of getting those eliminations, in terms of those placement points, but still shy from that coveted chicken.
Well, certainly, but teams that are on the bottom are going to be Team TmwEsports on the 20th position with only 8 points, Quraysh Esports on 19th position with only 10 points to their name. Team that this could have been a game because they were having the control of the northern side in the Sivorni. If they had started applying pressure on the teams from the northern side, they could have gotten few good elimination points, if not placement points. But this time again, they failed to do so, sitting on the 18th position with only 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna, well, fuck them a little bit, but it's all right. They still have 16 more matches to go, and you never know, comeback can be possible. Magnus Esports did not have the best of the days, but I think just one Miramar game today all over, just those 14 points really coming in handy for them. But still, they find themselves at the second half of the table. And Magnus, again, they've gone through a renaissance. You've seen a few of the players of Rage Esports, which was initially 52x Rage, that did manage to win the PMPL Spring Pakistan. And this time, they've gone their separate ways. And this is esports, right? We do get to see all those drama, all those masalas, and we all love that. Loki, we do, right? He went there, he shouldn't have been there, he should not have gone there, this is not suitable. I mean, let the players decide what's best for their future. But what we do know is, well, Team I8 had a really good day today, and especially taking a look at their statistics, Shadow. I mean, some big numbers being popped up.
Well, certainly, Team I8 IQ. Even Blotter also said he had very good IQ, especially in Miramar. The way he was getting elimination points, 6 elimination, 1 headshot. Average survival time is 23 minutes 19 seconds, and the damage that he was dishing out was 1887. That's a pretty good stat coming in from his side. But the guy with most finishes is going to be Ghost with 11 eliminations.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ghost, again, people were talking about him. Even Gaming Portal did mention that to me, that Ghost is in a stellar form. I was looking a little bit worried about I8 ever since their star player Crypto left for Unicorns of Love, and then I was wondering what would happen to them. But as we segue along and take a look at the overall day's summary, I guess it's all started with the Faulty Devils coming in clutch with that chicken dinner. North Esports did follow it up in Miramar, but TUF ensured that the chicken that they did miss out on, they eventually get it in Sanhok. Where in the 4th game, the Grounders stole it away from I8, but I8 knew that they needed to get one at least in the bag, which they did in the 5th game of Erangel.
Well, so certainly, but look, the damage also they were dishing out the highest damage, 2,604. They were the team with the highest damage. So good, impressive performance on the very first day that is coming from them, especially not having a good gameplay in the first initial game. picking yourself up and going on the up, propel yourself up on the leaderboard. That's an impressive thing that was coming from the side of R3D Esports.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think after the third game, they were somewhere lingering around the 10th spot. I think you guys did bring it up that what has happened to I8. They're getting those finish points. They're engaging in early battles, and this has sort of been their ritual, right? They've been doing that all along. I mean, you relatively new to the Pakistan region, and I have seen this happen multiple times. You know, they start off a little slow, and once they kind of get that chicken, they never look back. And it, you know, with the way they played in the first day, and you would say, I mean, you would not want to miss King Crypto. I mean, I of course miss him, and in fact, all the fans do. But he's trying in pursuit to achieve laurels, and so are all these players for Pakistan trying to represent. But this was day number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of course, from PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Fall 2022. We're going to be calling it a night. We will see you tomorrow. Till then, take care and good night.